All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Residential Energy Code Tag Meeting for 6/27/25. This is our fourth meeting, I believe, considering the proposals, and we have 5 currently scheduled, including one not next Friday because that's 4th of July, but the Friday after that would be our last meeting, and I think we can make it through all the code proposals. By then, we've dealt with about half of them. And then almost all the other ones are on the agenda today. We've discussed many of them already before, and some of them have revisions that were posted in the documents for the meeting today on the SBCC website. So hopefully we can get through almost all of these today and resolve them, whether they're good or not for the Washington State Energy Code residential. So welcome again, and let's do a roll call and see who is here.
Chell Anderson,
I am here.
Julie Blazek said she'd be here in about a half hour. Alexis Suggs, Kim Barker, Nate Geller,
Here.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Here.
Jason Gard,
Present.
Jonah Kinchy,
I'm here, thanks.
Albert Rooks, Joel Ward, Gavin Tenold,
This is John Lang, Gavin's alternate. I'll be on till noon, and then Gavin will jump on at noon.
okay. Greg Davenport,
Here.
Shailesh Desai,
Present.
Irina Raspetness,
This is Brian Russo, the utility alternate. I'll be here for Irina today.
okay. Kevin Duell,
Here, and I'll be leaving at 2:15, but Elizabeth will, my alternate, will take my place at that point.
thank you. Elizabeth Torsky,
Present.
Poppy Storm, Poppy, are you there?
I'm here.
Patrick Hanks,
Here.
Wade Craig said he was unavailable today. Larry Andrews.
Here, present.
Similarly, Rick Blumenthal was unavailable. So Ann Anderson,
Here.
Tom Balderston,
Here. Morning.
Michael Brasgala,
Here.
Shane Nillis,
Here.
Luke Howard,
Present.
and Nick Manning was unavailable today. Greg Johnson,
Present.
Michael Beanland, Deepa Savarajan,
Here.
Johnny Coker.
Also here.
So we do have a quorum present.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for being here. I am in Boulder, Colorado for a structural engineers convention today. So if I get the hour wrong or if I get the time wrong by an hour, that's why. It's 11 o'clock here. All right, well, let's get started. There's an agenda in front of us, and Gary and Kevin, I believe, had suggestions. So go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Chell. I need to be off the meeting at no later than 1 o'clock today. I do have a proposal down in the R405 section. So I was going to request, if for some reason we don't get to that proposal by then, if we could maybe schedule the R405 discussion to start, say, at noon-ish. And if that's okay,
Sounds good. Yep, we can
are you
just
planning
get there at noon, and I don't know that we need a motion necessarily to do that. I think we can go there at noon as per your request. If someone makes a motion to approve the agenda with that in mind.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Greg.
A slight mistake on the very last proposal, 031 is Patrick Hanks's proposal, not mine.
Okay. Noted. Johnny.
Yeah, I will be out from 12:30, from 12 to 1:30, I think it is. And if Plummer's proposal comes up, I won't be able to respond during that time, which is 19.
Okay, out 12 to 1 is what I heard.
12 to 1:30.
Okay,
Thank you.
good to know. Thanks. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I think this is what Kevin was going to allude to, is that I have to leave for the airport in about 45 minutes. My proposal number 34 looks like number 8 or so in the agenda. So if it's possible to move it a little bit closer up to the top, that would be great so I could talk to it.
You could start with that one if we want.
That would be great for me, but yeah, up to you all. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead, Albert.
Yeah, just a quick one to make sure that Krista got my late roll call addition. Thank you.
I will mark you present.
Okay, so if somebody wanted to make a motion to approve the agenda with 034 first and with R405 starting at noon, that would be a great motion to make.
So moved.
Second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed say no. Okay, before we get to 034, we have some minutes to approve from the 13th of June.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Thanks, Dwayne. Is there a second?
This is Greg. I'll second the motion.
Thanks, Greg. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion on the minutes from June 13th. Okay, all in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. We are on to 034. And for those of you keeping score at home, 034 has a revision on the website for today. So let's look at that one. It is version 3 is the one that I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's the correct one.
Okay, Nick, you have the floor.
Great, thanks, and appreciate you being flexible to move this up so I can talk about it. So I wasn't here at the last tag meeting. I know Kevin Rose talked through this, and based on the outcome of that meeting, we discussed a couple of changes, and so that's what we have here. Just to orient you on how this proposal is laid out. As we indicated up top here, the original proposal text that I submitted to the tags in red, some changes that are substantive are highlighted in yellow, and then there's an element of this proposal that we realized as we were going through these changes that should be corrected to align with correct references, and those are highlighted in blue. So the blue changes are really important to get this section right as it's referenced in other areas of the code. But let's see, sorry, Greg, did you have a question on this? saw your hand up.
Yeah, on the first line on red, it says this proposal assumes that the air handler is inside the conditioned space, but 016 was not accepted, meaning they could put their air handler in the garage, which is where I'd assume most of them. So what's your thoughts on rectifying that, or are there any changes required because of that?
Yeah, a very easy change is just to strike out that red brief description statement. That was the original statement, and then the new one is highlighted in yellow. It just missed the strikeout there.
Yep, so this proposal does not assume the air handler is inside.
Correct. That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have
But-
any more to present, Nick? Or do you want to just open it up for questions?
Yeah, just really quickly, I'll run through a few things here on this first page. I don't think we need to go through the whole proposal because you all did discuss it last week. So the big change I think we heard was that requiring all ducts to be in conditioned space was a bridge too far at this point for this code cycle. And so what we did was revise the section R4 3.3. Well, it used to be 2, but it should be 3 here. Is the ductwork that's located outside the conditioned space, still allowing that with some provisions that point to the exceptions for ducts that are in conditioned space and what elements can be outside of that. And then for the section about deeply buried ducts within ceiling insulation. So what we've done there on that R403.3.3 section is rewrite that to say you have to comply with those other 2 sections. And then what we've done is provided the yellow text that's highlighted as an exception is effectively the same language that's in the code right now. But because we've changed the charging language here to say that it's got to be compliant with these 2 sections, then we've allowed that as the exception here. So it effectively kind of reorients this section to allow the existing language to persist. And sorry, Krista, if you can just scroll down a little bit. Yeah, I think it's on the next page. Oh, I'm missing. Oh, I'm sorry. It's back up in the exception. I thought it was in red. I was looking for the red. So there's one quick change to this, and that's the second shall be should not be stricken there. So yes, that one right there.
So for clarity purposes, would it be good to break that up into 2 different bullet points? Because because you have one part you're talking about buried beneath insulation, and the other part you're talking about below the concrete. So isn't that 2 different thoughts for the exceptions?
Yeah, that would be fun. I think the intent is maintained if you want to do that. We just took the existing language and moved it down here and made it work. But I don't have a problem with having it as a bulleted exception 1 and exception 2 if they're discrete thoughts.
Because is right after the word efficient, the italicized words distribution efficiency period. Isn't that where we would break it up right before the word ductwork?
Correct. Yeah, and then I also believe there's a 3, which is on the very last sentence there, which is about underground ductwork using the thermal distribution efficiency method.
That makes it a lot more clear doing that.
Yeah.
Well, except that last sentence is not an exception. It's just a rule.
Yeah.
So that should probably go in the charging paragraph instead of in the exception. Is that right?
That would make sense to me.
Yep.
Tom.
Oh, yeah, I just had a question. So for the builder that is putting the ducts in the crawl space, how would this change what they have to do? Would they have to box out around each duct and create an air barrier and insulation?
Our intent is not to change how they would have to do it as they've done it currently.
Okay. Yeah, just curious if that's how it reads or.
No, I think that exception number 1 is effectively, I think, covering that.
Okay.
And that's how the code is written currently. the one element that this does do as well is by requiring ducts and ceilings to be deeply buried, it more closely aligns, or it does align with how Oregon treats the same situation. So it effectively aligns these two codes. So builders that kind of work across the state lines would have the same requirements here.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess the ducks in the crawl space would be R8, just as they are, but it seems like that would be an option that would be kind of lower, less efficient than the buried in the attic option. Is that right?
Right. That's right.
Yeah, but we're still going to allow it. All right. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Dwayne.
Yeah, it says, I thought this meant that you could not have ducts in the crawl space because it says ductwork buried beneath the building. But you're saying, because I took that to mean literally buried in the dirt. If ducts are running in a crawl space, no one would describe them as being buried, I don't think.
I guess I'm unclear how ducts in the crawl space are treated currently.
Well,
they're outside the conditioned space, and this is the language.
They're outside of conditioned space. They are not buried. They're just outside of the conditioned space. And I thought the whole point of this, in fact, I'd like you to then tell us if this does allow for ducts to be in a crawl space or deeply buried in an attic. How does this change the status quo, and what kind of energy savings are we getting from it?
Yeah, so the energy savings, the original proposal has been changed quite a bit from what we were intending to do. So this proposal really is looking at ducts that are outside the conditioned space that fall within the ceiling need to be deeply buried, which is how Oregon does it currently. So that's really where the energy savings are coming from, is deeply burying the ducts there. We haven't touched the remainder of the unconditioned space ductwork, but to clarify the language, or attempt to clarify the language.
So this says then deeply buried, meaning that you've got 3.5 inches of fluff on top of the R8 ductwork, and that's the whole change, is that you have that extra 3.5 inches on top of the insulated duct, right?
Yeah, and that's right. That's the.
Is that a significant change? Has anybody calculated whether that's even a measurable savings of an energy?
I don't know if we've calculated that in isolation. I think moving ducts into conditioned space has usually been the modeling process that's gone through.
Okay.
Tom, your hand is up, but I assume that's residual.
Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah, sorry. I just did want to clarify where's the language about crawl spaces. And if there is anything, I mean, that seems to me that's the most common way of doing ducts.
That's where it says
not
buried.
inside.
I think they meant to say.
Yeah.
So perhaps the language that says buried beneath the building needs to be changed.
To be in a crawl space beneath the building?
Buried or in unconditioned space beneath the building, perhaps?
Well, they have a separate sentence for ductwork within a concrete slab or in the ground. So
yeah, right.
That's the buried, literally, and so
maybe buried needs to be edited out.
Get rid of buried and replace it with in a crawl space.
Ductwork in a crawl space beneath a building shall be, or not shall be.
But what about attics?
Attics are covered down below.
Yeah, that's where the deeply buried.
Wouldn't you still need the shall be?
No, because it's an exception, I believe, right?
Yeah, so the 403.3.3 says put it in conditioned space, except as permitted by this, and then there's an exception that says if you insulate it to certain R values, there's an exception to 403.3.3. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I think that ductwork in the crawl space, I remember from PSE's programs that they had done some work on calculating savings from insulating ducts in the crawl space, and it, I don't know, Dwayne, if you remember this, but it was kind of inconclusive as some of the heat winds up in the house anyway. But
Well,
duct sealing in the crawl space definitely is critical.
yeah, we already require that ducts in a crawl space be insulated to R8 or
Yeah.
anywhere outside of the conditioned space. So this doesn't change the status quo for a crawl space at all, as
Mhm.
far as I can tell.
Right.
Yeah, so functionally, what does the proposal do that is not currently in the integrated draft?
Right. So other than language cleanups, really what it's saying is that and I think this is in the, if you scroll down, Krista, sorry, now the 403.3.4.5 right here is requiring that ducts outside of a conditioned space also have to comply with this when they are in the ceiling. So this is where deeply buried ducts comes into play as part of design that installs ducts outside of a conditioned space, whereas before this was not a requirement, it was just when this occurred.
Can we add that they can't have more than 5 feet of flex duct? Probably not. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Larry.
I mean, to help the crawl space, if you could give them some points for insulating the outside wall, along with doing the insulated duct work, you're going to drop your delta T in our area from 70 degree on that outside wall that doesn't have any insulation on it, down to 20 degree delta T. So now the ducts are only having to deal with 50 degrees underneath the crawl space instead of, it could be below freezing there. And that would save a significant amount of energy. But I would like to see that as the builder would get an extra point or something to do that. I mean, that would reduce the amount of energy that we would use in those crawl spaces like that. That's
Larry, would
and
that work if the crawl space is ventilated?
well, over here we have in the wintertime, we close them in the winter and we open them in the summer. Okay. And I've never seen a problem doing that. And because you got your water pipe down there too, and even though you insulate the water pipe, I've seen crawl spaces where it's well below freezing that don't have anything on the walls, and we're down there thawing the pipes and fixing them. And then the first thing we recommend is that they insulate their outside walls. And when we have a severe cold, I mean, there ain't a 1/2-inch coupling available in town because we go through them all. And that would do two things. I mean, it would reduce energy loss, plus it would also provide less freeze ups for plumbing. Okay. Which
Yeah,
is
insulating the crawl space is what you're saying.
Yeah.
the outside wall
Yep.
of the crawl space. And then have on the vents, you have a closable vent there. So in the wintertime, you close them. And then in the summertime, you always open them up. I mean, that would save a significant amount of energy. And then it would also reduce dramatically how many repairs we have from frozen pipes. Thank you. I would recommend that to be added in here if we could. But I'd like to see the builders get something for it. And maybe a 1/2 point or something.
Okay, just to be clear, that's not the proposal we see in front of us, but could be a good proposal next cycle, or if there's a proposal that's similar to that, we could consider that later today. Before we get wrapped around the axle with this proposal, I want a clearer idea of what this proposal does. If it's a language cleanup proposal, great, let's consider it as that. But if it's an energy saving proposal, I want to be clear about what the energy saving mechanism is within this proposal. Nick, can you?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. So I guess there's two parts. The cleanup part, I would say that's important to consider are all the blue numbers. So irrespective of the rest of the proposal, that should be done. That corrects references. The additional cleanup language, I think, is to point builders to the correct section within this ductwork that's located outside of conditioned space. So it makes it a little bit clearer where to go. And then I would say the energy savings component is a small one, which is the deeply buried ducts in attic insulation. That's really effectively at this point the only efficiency gain that we're talking about from these language edits. And Kevin, I don't know if you've got anything else to add on that, but that's based on last week's tag meeting and how we revised this. Those are the components that I see remaining.
And then the piece in R406 at the very bottom, is that just language cleanup as well?
Sure. So yeah, if you want to, if Krista, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down to the bottom, there's a R406 section there. That is primarily language cleanup. Takes out a couple of extraneous terms now that we have duct systems that define both the air handler and the ductwork. And it locates, instead of using this term conditioned space, which carries a lot of connotations with it, it points them to these sections in R403 for locating ductwork inside the thermal envelope.
And so the idea is you don't get to use certain exceptions if you're claiming this credit? Is that the intent?
Right. So I think previously it just said the requirements of 403.3.2. And now what we say is that to claim this credit, you have to put all the ducts inside conditioned space, which I believe is that's the original intent behind that credit.
So in other words, you don't get to use numbers 3 and 4 under R403.3.4.
Correct.
And
That's
3
right.
and 4 are the maximum 10 feet linear feet of return ducts and 5 feet of supply ducts. Can be outside of conditioned space, insulated a minimum of R8. And number 4 is ductwork in floor cavities, should comply with certain things. So this is mostly a cleanup of that language. Okay.
Yeah, this require everything inside. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a language cleanup proposal. Hopefully we don't need to workshop it too much. If we do, we'll probably kick it to next week.
Except that there is the one substantive change is that you have to have R19 over the top of the duct if it's in the attic.
Correct.
What they call deeply buried.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the 10 feet and the 5 feet?
No, this section at the bottom here, this ductwork buried within the ceiling insulation. Now if you have ductwork in unconditioned space, it points you directly to this section as well to comply with.
Okay.
So when you have ductwork in ceiling insulation, it now has to be deeply buried.
Okay, but if it's in okay, within the ceiling insulation, but then also there's a section on unconditioned space and that had R8 in it.
Oh, you're talking about for the crawl space?
Yeah, for the crawl space. So
right.
That was, and that's ductwork located outside conditioned space.
That's right. So even if your attic is unconditioned, you still have to do this. Or assuming your attic is unconditioned, you do this.
Yeah, you still have to insulate to R8 or R6.
For the crawl space, correct. You would go
in the crawl space. You're correct,
but for the seat
yep.
for attic, you would be
attic. Okay, so that's the functional difference. Okay,
yes.
I get it now. Hopefully everybody else needed to understand that as well. Okay, go ahead, Greg Davenport.
Good morning, everybody. I like where this proposal is trying to go. I think we want to be careful here because there's a pretty well-defined pathway nationally for deeply buried ductwork. Building America, like 8, 9, 10, 11 years ago, did a good research project on it, documenting the efficiencies. The efficiency, if you go with ducts inside conditioned space, you get about 15% savings on energy, which is significant. If you shift from ducts inside conditioned space to deeply buried ductwork per the Building America pathway, you lose about 25% of that savings compared to ducts inside conditioned space. But it's a significant improvement. As somebody said earlier, Oregon is requiring it. And I think moving this direction would be a good move. One of the things that I hear in this discussion that concerns me is they're defining deeply buried as R19, or if it's below the floor, R8 around the ductwork. The general definition used nationally, like for the Dozer program and in the Building America research, is if you're going deeply buried and you have R49 or R60 in your attic, then your ductwork needs to be under the same amount of insulation, R49, R60, whatever that number is. I think that is the best definition of deeply buried ductwork. I would prefer to see us align with that. The other comment I had here is you can do the same thing for ductwork under the floor. You can get that pretty deeply buried if it's in the joist cavities and you have enough insulation over it. That is the Building America definition. It's the same one that Dozer use to almost meet ducts inside conditioned space. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, thank you. So it seems like there's supposedly some language and numbering cleanup, and then some things that would supposedly increase the energy efficiency. I'm not entirely understanding why the renumbering is necessary. And then the energy efficiency, I don't think the juice is going to be worth the squeeze. Looking at the proponent data, it seems like it's almost within a margin of error between how much it's going to cost and how much post savings it's going to produce, on top of restricting project design and spacing as well. I think we have enough other proposals that have already been approved and will likely be approved that are going to increase efficiency this cycle that I don't see this as necessary. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Kevin.
Yeah, just an editorial comment. If we could scroll up a little bit. This language is very convoluted. I mean, first we have ductwork located outside conditioned space, and the first thing it says is it shall not be outside the conditioned space. And then you have duct systems located in conditioned space, and then within that, there's ductwork that's outside the conditioned space, and it's just very confusing. I'm finding it confusing. I know what we're trying to achieve here. Even our discussion today has been confused just by the structure of this. And I think this really needs a rework. I know it's existing code language, but when we're when we're in the middle of something, I think there's a duty to fix something that's broken. I'm looking at the Oregon language. It clearly spells out deeply duct in an attic, duct in an unvented crawl space, duct in a vented crawl space, and spells out exactly what you're supposed to do in each condition. Not this spaghetti of trying to sort your way through all these different conditions. So I think this section needs work. Thank you. Thanks,
Kevin. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I think pretty well the last two speakers nailed all my thoughts. I would almost be inclined to try to vote this down now, but I'm open to, if this was completely cleaned up and written in a way that made sense, that then maybe we could consider it, and maybe I change my mind. But this needs a lot of work, and at the end of the day, I don't know that I'm completely convinced it'll work. And just, I guess, go back a few comments ago, Larry was talking about insulating the crawl space wall. I just want to remind everybody that conditioned crawl space are prohibited in radon counties. So if anyone was thinking of trying to go down that type of path, that'd be an issue. So
Shane, was that a motion to postpone?
I will make a motion to postpone. Yes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone in a second. Are the proponents interested in modifying this, coming back with a more organ-like language, perhaps? Clearer language?
Maybe I'll let Kevin weigh in. He has his hand up. I just want to see what he had to
Yep,
say about
Kevin,
it.
go ahead.
Answer to that question is yes. I agree that the national code language leaves a lot to be desired and was trying to balance, not changing too much with that and trying to move towards Oregon, but we can certainly be more heavy-handed to hopefully propose something that is more direct. So happy to come back with that. I had my hand up to address, I think it was Patrick's question about the renumbering and the value of that. I don't know if that is relevant at this point under the motion to postpone. So I'll stop there unless that's material to somebody's decision.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Larry.
Most of the areas here in Spokane, they do insulate the outside walls, but we put a radon system in the crawl space.
Yep.
And that's how we get around that apparently. And I personally think that's in a cold climate area. I think that's mandatory almost. But the other thing I want to see here is, like the others have echoed, maybe we should look at what Oregon's got, and we've have this proposal here, and let's integrate it also. Maybe we're all on the same page a little more, and so it is confusing the way it is, and maybe get a group together that so we can. I think it's important to clean it up. I think that is important. Thank you.
So Larry, are you offering to help?
Shell, I am so busy right now, Shell.
Yep.
I'm having a hard time meeting my obligations that I've already given you guys. But I don't mind. I number one, I'm not technically legal enough to have a group like this because I don't know how to set everything up and get everybody connected
Okay.
and stuff like that. I'm just not that.
That's fine, Larry. I mean, you are participating and you are so dedicated to this whole thing that and everybody on the call, I appreciate you all being here. And in no way am I suggesting anything is wrong if you can't participate in a group. I was just
I would try to fit in, and I missed a couple this last week, and I feel really bad about it. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Don't feel bad about it. I mean, this is all volunteer and none of us are getting paid a dime to make Washington's code better. So, okay, thank you. So we have a motion to postpone. We have some suggestions as to how the code language could be better. All in favor of the motion to postpone, say yes.
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 Say no. Okay, we have postponed 034. We're meeting again in 2 weeks. Ideally, any language would be back maybe by Tuesday after the July 4th. So that people could look at it ahead of time. Okay, we're back to our regularly scheduled meeting, 014, Blumenthal. So this one we tabled on the 13th of June, so it's had a couple weeks to simmer.
And Rick was not here today.
Okay. We have considered this before and Rick is not here today. Okay.
Excuse me, what did you say about Tuesday after July 4th?
Well, our next meeting is the 11th of July. And ideally any code revision proposals for the one we just postponed would be back to the tag on the website by the 8th, the Tuesday after July 4th.
Okay,
so
thank
that
you.
people would have a few days to look at it and make up their mind about it.
Would it be just to postpone this to the last meeting since Rick's not here?
Yep, I guess we can. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, I'll postpone. Motion to postpone.
Second, Nate.
Okay, motion to postpone, all in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, it's postponed. We are plugging through them today. All right, Patrick, you have the floor. For 024, this was updated. Last we discussed this a month ago on the 30th of May. And it has been revised, and the revised version is on the website for the day. So Patrick, you have the floor. Are you here, Patrick? I thought you were here earlier.
Technical issues. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, yep, I hear you.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. Yeah, so I submitted a revision based off feedback from the tag, aligning the permit valuation language with the IRC. So the requirement should be the same instead of striking all of the language. Hopefully we don't have to postpone it.
Okay, so this basically functionally gets rid of the section where it says, where in the opinion of the code official, the valuation is underestimated, the permit shall be denied until the applicant should show. That's the part that it functionally gets rid of, because the other part seems like a reasonable change that's so kind of a one-for-one replacement, but it does get rid of the part where the code official has a clear path to deny based on the permit valuation. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that language I think comes from the commercial code, and it seems like they just matched both of the permit valuation language for the IECs based off the commercial. So this just aligns the residential energy code with the residential code.
Okay, thanks, Patrick.
Excuse me, does it align with other Washington State code language in chapter 1 or just with the IECC?
From what I recall, the IECC and the state language was the same.
For the building code and the mechanical code and others?
I looked at the IRC and the Washington State residential code.
I see no hands up. Kevin.
Yeah, so some of this I see is valuable. The permit valuation at the time of application. And also that it includes labor and materials. Oh no, you've got that. Never mind. The thing I was wondering about is at the time of application. I guess what else could you do? So maybe that's irrelevant. You're not going to forecast into the future, I guess. Not much to say about this.
Please anticipate all future remodels.
Yeah. I was also curious what code officials thought about this.
Shane, you have a thought on this? Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, I was just looked back at the 2021 code and I didn't see 106.3 even being there. So is this a new section?
I think it's
new for the 2024.
Right. I mean, in case I would vote for just leaving it uncomplicated the way it was before.
You mean leaving it as the integrated draft was for 2024 Washington State, or in the 2021 language where it didn't exist?
Leaving it out where it didn't exist, right?
So striking the entire 106.3.
Yeah, just to keep things simple.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Go
Like
ahead.
it worked before, why doesn't it work now? So
yeah, it's always a good point. Go ahead, Larry.
Could we make that a friendly amendment? Would that, would he
Yeah.
take that as a friendly amendment?
Someone
like-
could make a motion to strike. I'd have to
Strike
see exactly what it is, but 106.3 in
That's
its
the original
entirety.
proposal, I believe.
Patrick, would that be a friendly amendment to your proposal?
I think you could just take a look at the original proposal, but last time the tag didn't want to do that. So
Well, I would make that proposal.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, which is to go back to the original proposal, which was to strike all of 106.3. Was that what was added? So it was, I guess I want to be sure. So 106.4, how, so, okay, so the motion, Larry, is to strike 106.3 in its entirety. Larry, was that the motion? Strike 106.3 in its entirety?
That's the motion, because right now in Spokane County and Liberty Lake and all of them, the only thing I have to pay is a permit fee. Like, we have a basic fee of $35, and then for each item here, it's $25 or $15 or something. But we don't have to go into this evaluation thing and all that. I mean, that's really for the assessor to start looking at when he assesses a value for the home. Okay.
Okay, and
Thank
this would also apply to, R2 under three stories or under, so it could apply to a large building as well as a single family.
Right. I mean, even a large building, I mean, if we're putting in a new one, I just pay it's based off BTUs and tonnage. It's not based off evaluation of the equipment, at least over here in the Spokane area. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Shane.
All right, so I'll be against the motion. I think what we were looking at in the modified proposal was good. So just in general, we have language that's in here that applies to fees. Now, you can make an entire argument about whether or not you have to get into permit stuff in the energy code, but stuff's there, and I think the importance is that you have consistency across those codes so that you don't have confusion. That all said, regardless of what you do with this, every jurisdiction has the right to amend Chapter 1 how they see fit. So I don't think anyone needs to get overly worked up over exactly what it looks like, because odds are they do amend it. Fees are established by policy and resolution through council. But at the end of the day, just for sake of consistency and clearness, I just think that this should align with the language that's in the IRC, which is what the modified proposal did.
Okay, so you're in favor of the modified proposals, but not the current motion, which is to strike the whole thing.
Correct.
Yep, okay, thank you. Dwayne?
Yeah, I don't think it matters. There's no such thing as an energy code permit. You get a mechanical permit or a building permit or an electrical permit, but permit valuation language would be in one of those other codes where you actually do have to get a permit, and it kind of doesn't matter in the energy code.
Okay, so are you in favor of the motion then? Because that just strikes the whole 106.3?
I'm indifferent.
Okay, indifferent. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
Piggybacking on what Dwayne just said, I guess I'd want to remove all four of these sections and not have a duplicative energy code fee business. There's a bunch of stuff about your permit fees that sounds like it doesn't even belong here.
Okay, you could make a motion to do that kind of thing. Go ahead, Shane.
I guess following up on that comment, if there is a desire to see any information out of the energy code that's regarding permit fees or permitting removed, I guess one question I'd have is, what would that look like for the commercial energy code? Will we potentially be having a conflict between those two, which again, it's just about confusion, not about whether or not there's an end result that changes. But if if the commercial code didn't have that, I would agree with that effort to go ahead and just pull that stuff out. In which but can anyone speak to the commercial energy code?
I can't immediately speak to it. I'd have to look it up.
So I guess I would move the table this. And on the basis of I would like to explore potentially removing more, but would do so only if the commercial energy code is potentially going to do so as well.
So the commercial energy code integrated draft included C 105.3 valuation of work, which is, I believe, word for word, what is currently in our integrated draft for the residential code. I don't recall that there was a code proposal to change that. So right now, if we didn't do anything, if we rejected this proposal, what it would say in the residential code is the same as I believe it would say in the commercial code.
I just note that the older codes don't have any of this language in the commercial.
Yep.
So in other words, with the commercial energy code, there's been no proposals to do any changes to
I don't
this.
remember a proposal that would have changed that language. On the other hand, what we heard from Dwayne was, nobody gets a energy code permit, so maybe it doesn't even matter. Patrick, maybe you had a thought on that?
I think what the I codes tried to do was to get all the chapter ones to be more consistent with each other.
I can barely hear you, Patrick.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Bit better.
Okay. I think what the I codes tried to do was to get all their chapter ones to be more consistent with each other. But on the residential side, the other residential codes don't have this provision where the permit can be denied if the building official disagrees with the valuation.
Yep. Okay. I mean, this is not moving the energy code backward or forward. It's an administrative thing. I don't want to spend a great deal of time on it. As Dwayne said, indifference is possibly a reasonable approach to this. Because you don't get an energy code permit. So I don't want to spend hours and hours on this. We have a motion which is currently to strike 106.3 in its entirety. All right, go ahead, Larry.
I would like our 106.4 to remain, because I'm a believer in having permits if permits are required. Okay. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say, just like what Dwayne said, it really doesn't matter if we have the language or we don't have the language. Don't want to table it. I want to move on. Probably striking it would be the cleanest because it doesn't matter. But if you took the modified, that'd be second preference, and third would be just leave it. But for that reason, I will just call the question so we can vote on it and move on.
Okay, if you call the question, we have to vote 2/3 majority to end debate.
Or you have to ask if anyone opposes.
Okay, does anyone oppose voting on this right now?
I just need to say that I will withdraw my motion to table since that didn't get discussed.
Okay, I hadn't remembered a motion to table.
I did make that
Okay.
motion.
You
so
never
it's-
did a second on, never got a second on it. So
no, it never got asked. So I just
Yep.
want to make sure on the
Okay.
record I'm withdrawing that motion.
but I'm calling the question on the initial, yeah, on the initial
Okay,
one.
does anyone oppose immediately voting on this?
Did you say we have three choices we have to vote
No,
on?
the current motion is to strike all of 106.3 and do nothing else. That's the current motion. So that's what we'll be voting yes or no on. Is anyone opposed to voting right now? Okay, the motion is to strike 106.3 entirely and do nothing else other than renumber. All in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, we have one dissenting vote. Otherwise, the motion passes. The motion does in fact pass. So we are on to 022 Kevin, and this is an interesting one. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Shell. So I think folks have seen the news that the EPA is poised to remove or cancel the Energy Star program. Just editorially, that's a detriment to energy efficiency everywhere. But nonetheless, there's references in multiple places in this code to the Energy Star program, and I just want to preserve what it was trying to do as a code mechanism. And I think what I'm proposing here is imperfect, but it's something. And I'll talk about that something and also the imperfection. So the something is to say, well, there is currently a list of products that are Energy Star rated that will likely disappear. We've seen other websites vanish. So, but there's always the Internet Archive. I don't think that really needs to belong in the code, but I'm not sure how else to preserve the listing.
Yep.
And then the imperfections are, even with this, it'll quickly become out of date. Manufacturers are constantly making new products and canceling old ones. And so there will be this little brief period in history where there's a list that makes sense and then it will quickly become irrelevant. But I don't know what else to do. Trying to capture everything that Energy Star stands for in a code just seems onerous. Maybe it's possible. I suppose the main reference that matters is thermostats, smart thermostats in particular. And perhaps there's a way to pull.
There's the appliances, I think Energy Star appliances in the 406 table as well.
True, yeah, in the credits table.
Would it be, could we just ask Krista how the code could deal with Energy Star if and when it bites the dust? As a reference?
It would probably just be through interpretation, so.
Okay, so it might not need a code, because I wouldn't want to put this into code if Energy Star sticks around, and it might stick around.
Right.
So, you know, I don't want to have a premature demise of it. So, if we could handle this administratively, I would much prefer that. If Krista thinks that an opinion could be done if Energy Star goes down, then I would prefer to do that rather than a code section, because those tend to have a life for a long time.
Sure. That makes sense to me. And I just wanted to raise the issue. I wasn't sure how best to address it. So
I appreciate you raising it. Interestingly enough, Energy Star is a Texas program that started in Austin when people went around and put green stars on appliances in stores that were more efficient than other appliances. And eventually the DOE bought the program for $1 from Austin.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's the history is fascinating. Okay, so what I would maybe suggest is we disapprove this. since we have a more nimble way to deal with this, if it happens. Tom.
Oh yeah, I just the last version of the budget bill didn't kill the Energy Star program. It cut its budget, and it is a congressionally established program. So there may be, even if they did stop it, and I think even if they completely stopped it, it would likely be taken up by another organization, ResNet, AshRay, something like that. So
Thanks,
it
Tom.
may not need to be done.
Yeah, so I think we should, I'm going to suggest that the tag, someone makes a motion to disapprove this.
Motion to disapprove.
Second, this is Greg.
Thanks, Greg. All right, Tom, I still see your hand up. Larry, your hand is also up.
I would encourage Kevin and anybody that has to write a letter to the government to encourage them to keep the program going. And because it is good. And maybe if they get enough letters in, maybe they'll recognize that the program does have significant value to continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. That's a great idea. I've already signed a letter. I think that's a good thing. I think almost everybody on this call, from what I've heard at least, thinks Energy Star is a useful program from our varying perspectives. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion is approved, meaning the proposal is disapproved. I thought that was a really good idea for the proposal. So I thank you, Kevin. Okay, Sherry, are you around for 048?
I am here. Let's see, here I am. Yeah, so good morning and thanks for considering this proposal. I've spoken about it before, and the purpose of it is to align the residential energy code with the missing middle housing that is going to be allowed under the IRC, the 3 to 6 units under 3 levels with an interior access. And at the last meeting this was discussed at, it was suggested to add the charging language to R101.2 for scope. And so then this is updated with that language here to add it, to have charging language.
Thanks, Sherry. And we've discussed this twice and had some revisions to it.
That's right.
Dwayne.
Didn't you say last time around that it was going to be worded so that you could that they had the choice of residential or commercial?
That's correct. Sorry, I didn't make that clear just now. That is how it's changed, is so that the applicant has the choice to do either residential or commercial energy code.
Doesn't that conflict with, if you scroll back up, Krista, with the scope includes, so the scope includes those specifically as residential buildings, right? As you've modified it.
Could we just add in on point 3 to say we're opted?
Or just refer to the section below, maybe.
To me, that seems like a reasonable thing to do, is to just refer to the section below, or that there's an option, either one.
You could start off that sentence in 3 by saying where I was going to say, like, where selected by
the
applicant, comma, I'm not sure if that's very good code language.
Or you could say per the definition of residential building, but I guess you can't, I don't know. Per the definition of residential building might not be good code language either.
Because this really is a separate definition of residential building that needs to align.
I mean, if you look at the IRC, the IRC kind of doesn't say we're selected versus the IBC, but there's points in there where a person can optionally choose to be governor in the IBC. Usually that's where an engineering requires engineering analysis.
So you're saying it might not even need to be said that it's an option.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really say that in the IRC because we list all the building types and we don't have any little language saying that in there. But I mean, it is noted that if you don't follow the prescriptive requirements of the IRC, if there's something that's outside that code, then it requires an engineer to apply the IBC for that section.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sorry to jump in. I don't think the new sentence is needed at all. I think it's fine as is.
Thanks, Anne. Let's go to Julie.
I was just wondering if you could scroll down to the new section. I'm still kind of want to make sure it says something to the effect that they can't pick and choose between the two. So like
They
in their
can pick and choose.
entirety. Well, they
Oh,
can pick
yes. Oh.
either or, but comply with either the residential or commercial energy code in their entirety or something to that effect.
Well, if there's 6 or less dwelling units, it seems like you'd be really causing yourself some grief if you tried to do 3 and 3 or 4 and 2 or something.
Yeah, okay. I can live with that. That makes sense.
Yeah, I was just, like if it was a 100-unit building, I could see maybe, some are better. You might pick and choose, but 6 units seems like you'd be.
I think the word provisions to me is like picking some of the code provisions out of each, depending on how it benefits your project. So that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Residential or commercial energy code.
Period.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. That's good. Okay. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I don't know why you're bringing the commercial part of it in, because you can always go to the commercial code, can't you? And run with it. It's allowing this to be done residentially in the residential code. So I don't know why you're even bringing the commercial side into it. I mean, you can always run with the commercial code, but you're trying to allow some of this to be done in the residential code. So that's, to me, that's kind of stirring the pot here a little bit. And you know that you either use one or the other. That, I think that's clear in this. So thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, this proposal does add some additional complexity to the compliance and enforcement process. And I realize the proponent has presented this before, but I was just wondering if she or anybody else could do a recap on what the value of this is. The missing middle can currently be permitted according to the commercial code. Have we proven that that's actually that's not good? I'm just not following. I feel like I'm just getting kind of sensitive to how many kind of lateral tweaks we may be making to things, and I'm getting reluctant to just kind of accept a lot of these changes where I don't really see a clear value.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, so the purpose of bringing this forward is because right now the 3 to 6 unit multiplex with an interior access is that's being I forget which
It's in a different committee right now.
it's in a different committee right now,
Okay,
and
but
so
it's legislatively required that the council make both a single stair option and a multiplex housing option within the overall building codes.
Exactly. And so this is just simply to also get this to correlate with that, because otherwise what we're going to have are sixplexes that are being regulated under IRC that are then forced to use commercial energy code. So what I'm trying to do is allow those sixplexes to be able to comply with residential energy code and have it just all align.
I think the intent is also that the same builders that built two attached buildings before under the residential energy code and the IRC can now build slightly larger buildings under those same codes. So there's a familiarity and a kind of a cost efficiency there. I think that's the other intent in there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, in just responding to Poppy, I also think that this is unnecessary in making the code more convoluted and not really lowering any costs. But we've put it in that you can use either, and there seemed to be an overwhelming majority last time that would was in favor of this. So I'm dropping my objection. It seems like it would work okay.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah,
I just wanted to add before I finished, motion to approve as modified.
Second.
Dwayne. I heard a second from Greg Johnson. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve as modified. Patrick.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks, Sherry, for submitting this. I think this helps align with the intent of RCW 1927-800, and I think it's good that we're providing language to do this, in which the single exit multiplex tag would probably end up trying to do this anyways, or need to do this at some point. So if us providing feedback will save them some work. So thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. I was able to barely hear you, but you're still super quiet. Go ahead, Shane.
Could you scroll back up? There's discuss about this was modified, or is it just with that sentence there? Is that?
That's in the motion includes that sentence currently.
And we took out provisions in that one section.
Okay. I I think it's okay. I'd be willing to bet at some point in time someone's gonna read this language and be confused, but that could be sorted out through an opinion from the SBCC if that happens.
Okay, Shane, and even if we approve this today, it'll still go through an MVP committee, the council, public hearing, and won't be voted on for many months from now or several months from now. So go ahead, Anne.
Just to reiterate, that's terrible language. The code applies to the design and construction of where selected by the applicant in accordance with blah, blah, blah. I think that needs to be struck in and stick with the original.
Is that a motion?
Oh, can I make a motion? I would like to strike the newly added sentence.
Okay, so there's an amendatory motion, which is to strike the newly added sentence. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second. So the amendatory motion, we would vote on separately than the main motion. And if the amendatory motion is successful, then that means the main motion would include the amendatory motion's suggestion of striking that out. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I'm against this change because I think as clunky as it might look there, this makes the scope, which is a kind of definition, align with the definition more clearly, because somebody just reading one or the other might not get this. So I will vote against this.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, and I agree with Dwayne. I just wonder why the scope can't say residential buildings. If that's going to be defined and has this whole list, then yeah. So, but I don't want to strike that. I understand what Ann was saying about if you looked as a full sentence, that's goofy, but without that either, it's yeah, you got to have something into the scope. So
I would go with that as a modification to strike 1, 2, and 3 and just say residential buildings.
For the definition.
Italicized, yeah.
All right, well, we have an amendatory motion right now. If that motion fails, we can make another amendatory motion to do something else. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. I have a friendly amendment to the amendatory motion. Because I understand grammatically it doesn't make sense, but what if the language that's stricken in number 3 was moved to the end of number 3? Then I think it would make sense.
I was wondering about that as well.
Is that a friendly
And how do you
amendment?
feel about that?
Okay, I'm trying to read in my head. So after interior spaces, you just say where selected by the applicant. Yeah, it's better. I still don't think it's needed, but
Except that then it's not clear whether that last phrase applies to other interior spaces or to the whole sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you could, I don't want to wordsmith this, but I will. That could be, the sentence could stand as it is, and then it could say, this exception applies where selected by the applicant, blah, blah, blah. But maybe Dwayne, your idea is better. Yeah, so.
Okay, so we have an amendatory motion, which is a strike where selected by the applicant in accordance with the definition of residential building. We're gonna vote on that. So the yes vote is not a vote on the proposal. It's a vote to change some words in the version of the proposal we're looking at. Okay, so a yes vote would strike where selected by the applicant in accordance with definition of residential building. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
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 Okay, well, we're gonna do a roll call vote on this one. So we're gonna go down. A yes vote is to modify the main motion to strike the where selected by applicant, et cetera. A no vote would be to do something else.
Okay, Julie Blazek,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
No.
Dwayne Johnson,
No.
Jason Garrett,
Abstain.
Albert Rooks,
Abstain.
John Lang,
No.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Brian Russo,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Bobby Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Ann Anderson,
yes.
Tom Balderson,
No.
Shane Nellis,
no.
Luke Howard,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarajan.
No.
Okay, motion fails 2-11 with 4 abstentions.
Okay.
Motion to modify by replacing 1, 2, and 3 with residential buildings italicized.
Okay, that's an amendatory motion.
Well, you made the original motion, Dwayne, so isn't that just a friendly? I mean,
I'm a friendly, I think I could accept my own amendment, sure.
yeah,
Are-
and
are
I was
you-
second, and so I say that's friendly too.
Okay.
Um,
Can you scroll down so we can see the definition?
okay, and my understanding of the motion is to strike out 1, 2, and 3 under R101.2 and take out the colon after of and put in the construction of residential buildings italicized.
Correct.
Wait a minute, what? We're striking?
Striking 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and
entirely.
3, everything there. And simply saying this code applies to the design and construction of residential buildings.
Mhm. It
Period.
simply refers to the chart, the list below, rather than repeating it.
Repeating it with different language in different order. Yeah.
Yep.
But
Okay,
but
that is the motion as I understand it. It was made by Dwayne and seconded by Greg Johnson, as I recall. So that is friendly. They are friendly to themselves. Go ahead, Shane.
I'd like to further amend to strike also that added sentence at the end of R101.2. Because I think that that is also going to be resolved by adding residential buildings as the motion is showing.
I'd accept that. Good catch.
Okay.
I'm good
Greg?
too.
Okay. So that's the red sentence group R2 buildings with greater than 6 dwelling units accessed from interior corridors, etc. Whole sentence gone. We're making code shorter. Everybody loves that. And go ahead.
Okay, I'm just slowly catching on here. So this is great, I think. So my first inclination was you're not going to allow multifamily, but by listing the residential building list, we've captured everything with a maximum of 6 dwelling units. Is that correct?
It's all 1 through 6 under the definition of residential building.
Yes, I like it.
Yep. Yeah, well, the rules in architecture are if you're going to say something important, say it once, don't say it twice because you'll probably contradict yourself. So I like this. All right, we have a motion. The motion is to approve as modified. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Sherry,
Thank you, everybody.
bringing this forward a few times and modifying it. All right, Patrick, you are up with 025.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, so this one, I think we talked about it before all the proposals got accepted. I was going through the integrated draft and I noticed that the section that used this in the IECC, we did not adopt. And I just double checked 5 minutes ago and we don't use this definition anywhere in the integrated draft, so I'm proposing striking it.
Motion to approve.
I second.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Dwayne. Thanks, Greg. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Patrick. That was probably the fastest everything has ever passed through here, although we did discuss it the last one. So, or on the 30th of May. Okay, next one up is the Patrick one as well that looks at ceiling U factor and R factor.
Hey, Patrick, do you want me to do this one?
Yeah, I'll let Ann take over.
Yeah, this one was more mine. I didn't submit a modified proposal. We had brought that up. I think Larry had brought up a compromise, but I think it was the compromise was talking about keeping R60 and then reducing it to R49 around the edges, something like that. But I think actually you can already do that. You can already do R60 with standard framing. So standard framing assumes that the insulation is tapered around the edges where the trusses are more narrow over the eaves. So I didn't think the compromise really did anything. Also, section RO 2.2.1, I don't know if Krista could bring that up, but it allows as an alternate to R60 that you can use R49 over 100% of the attic if it's not compressed at the eaves. And that requires a heel of at least 14 inches. So my intent with this proposal was, I was really hoping that the group would see sense in simply changing the R60 insulation back to the R49, which is what the 2024 model code did. And if I could just touch on some of the discussion that came up, there was some discussion that kind of refuted my statements about how it got into the 2021 code, which I disagree with, as I served on the appeals board when the voting process was appealed. And we did not vote to uphold the appeal because we didn't find that the additional voters that were added violated the process of the ICC. However, the ICC did end up changing their whole system to prevent that whole voting thing from happening again. So as far as the voters that were added to the cycle, I had done a really deep dive into that, and there were approximately 2,000 government registered voters, and 700 of them were newly added just during that code cycle. And the makeup of the existing voters versus the new voters were really, really different. When you look at what type of governmental departments they were from, there was a decrease in the percentage of the building department types, the usual types, the plan reviewers, the building officials. And there was an increase in the number of voters from the energy and the environmental sustainability type of agencies. And those are typically groups that are not administering or enforcing building codes. So just wanted to make that clear. But in the end, R49 was put back into the 2024 code cycle, and it was done legitimately. And it's also going to remain in the 27 code cycle. It looks like so far. There was a proposal that somebody brought forward to go back to R60, but it has failed so far. So then I wanted to talk about Dwayne's statement that we in Washington are under different marching orders than ICC. And I don't totally agree. I mean, yes, we have legislation in place that is asking us to achieve a 70% reduction in energy consumption. But also, let me just read. Our 19.27 says, it is the intent of this act to establish residential building standards that bring about common use of energy efficient building methods and to assure that such methods remain economically feasible and affordable to purchasers of newly constructed housing. So, I mean, do you really think that mandating R60 in the attic is economically feasible if the return on the investment is 152 years? I mean, that's rhetorical. I don't, but I don't think I can change your mind on that. So after all that, I have a slight compromise that I would like to see what your input is. I'd like to leave R60 in the attic, but change the U to 0.025 instead of what I asked for originally, which was 0.026. And the reason is that I was looking at Appendix A, and Appendix A has attic values for R60 with standard framing. Again, that's when you smush the framing down at the eaves. And the U factor for R60 with standard is 0.025. So that would actually align the U factors with the R values. So I'm wondering how you feel about that. And then the other thing, going back to the exception to R60 that talks about R49 over 100% of the ceiling with the full amount of insulation, that in the Appendix A actually has a U factor of 0.02. So that's quite a bit different than 0.025. And the R49 is still that high heel of at least 14 inches. So I'm wondering if it would be possible to allow the R49 over 100% of the ceiling, and then maybe throw in with a 10-inch minimum height over the eaves. And I know there's ways to figure out the U factor for the less than perimeter insulation, but okay, so that's what I'm wondering. Is there any worth in modifying this to a U of 0.025 and then possibly making the R49 go to like a 10-inch depth? So that's all. Thank you.
And do you, I'm looking for code language for that. So you had code language before that had 0.025, and I saw that on the screen. And then you had something earlier that said it had 60 stricken out and it had 49 in there. And are you saying?
Well, I'm not going to win on that. I'm sensing I'm not going to win on that.
So you're going back to 60 there.
So I'm asking, I do have code language, if perhaps Krista could bring up 402. So yeah, so my code language, my changes that I would like to see if it has any potential are 0.025 in the U factor table, leave R60 in the R value table. But when you get to section, oh boy, 402.2.1, the one that talks about insulation requirements, ceilings with attic spaces. Yes, that's it. So I would like it to say after R60, okay, where it says, okay, I'll just read what I'd like to say. Installing R49 over 100% of the ceiling area requiring insulation shall satisfy the requirement for R60 when there is at least 10 inches of insulation depth maintained over the wall top plate at the eaves.
So it's independent of what kind of insulation. It just says there's 10 inches of it.
Well, my thought is that even 10 inches of blown in, if you're just smushing it down to 10 inches at the eaves and then it's getting back up to its full depth, that would be comparable to the U of 0.025. Because like I said before, having a full R49 all the way across is a U of 0.020. So I didn't realize that these two options were not equal.
Okay, so you're saying that why wouldn't you, if we didn't use an R value here, then we'd be relying on the installer to figure out what kind of insulation. There's a wide variety of the insulation level for blown in insulation. So then they would pick perhaps one that has more or less than we're hoping for. I guess I'm surprised why there isn't, you're not saying the equivalent of 0.025U. Why don't you find the R value of that and suggest that rather than 10 inches of insulation?
We could, but this whole section is geared towards when you're using the R option, the R alternate. And so I didn't really want to throw in U factors. I'm just also, just for comparison's sake, when we used to have this, say R38, when you have a full depth of R38, that's a U factor of 0.026. So my thought, and I know if Rick were on the call, he would probably be able to direct me or tell me how to determine this, what I have right here proposed, what the exact U factor is. I have a feeling it's better than 0.025.
So blown in insulation is like between 3 and 4-ish. So I guess why not have a number in there? If your intent is 10 inches of insulation, then why don't you just say R40 or something like that? That is.
Well, I didn't know you could go quite so. I mean, there's R38, there's R49, there's R60. Is there R40 might be spot on.
Well, 10 inches of R4 would be R40.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's a good
for
idea. I'm just trying to get this into R values rather than inches because
something like 3.8 per inch for
Okay.
fiberglass, maybe.
Well, I would like that.
Yeah, you could say R38.
Okay.
Well, R38 was a U of 0.026. So I'm trying to make it equivalent to 0.025, which is what R60 standard is.
Okay. And there's
So,
always the UA trade-off that can be used if there's some negotiation that needs to be happen.
right. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess just to get, I think this would be better if it had an R value in there so that we are clear on what we were looking at.
Well, is there somebody here that can determine if R40 is 0.025?
It's exactly that if it's uninterrupted. If it's
Well, that's what it's, yeah.
If it's interrupted by joists or other framing, then it's less.
Well, that's what this is saying. If you put in, if you keep it up to R40 all the way over the wall top plate.
Okay.
So can we change this then to go? I guess we just go back to the original code language, but swap out R49 for R40 and take away the whole 10-inch thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Krista.
Okay. All right. So now we have some code language in front of us. It's been slightly modified in front of our very eyes. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'd like to move to disapprove the whole thing as modified or otherwise. And we don't want to be moving backwards. We need to make more progress over the next several years. And so we would have to just go back and revisit this again to move forward in the next code cycle. I would say that a lot of the things in the reason statement are not relevant. What's interesting, and I once did the whole calculation to prove to myself about the impact of the perimeter being squished down at all, and that's that a lower U value for a small area has an outsized impact. So I say we just stick with what we got, which is bring the R49 all the way across. How does this make it better to go to R40 instead? As has been shown in the code already, that it's R60 if you're tapering at the edges, and it's R49 if you're continuing it out over the plates. So that's my motion to disapprove.
Thanks, Dwayne. Is there a second?
Albert seconds.
Thanks, Albert. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove in a second. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely support what Anne's saying about the economics of raised heel trusses in every case. And builders, one of the things I've suggested is if you say R40 at the edge.
Listen to this. Joining on and on.
Would someone else like to speak?
No, I muted Gary. I think somebody was talking.
Oh, okay. I've suggested that they use spray foam for 24 inches at the edge, and so that they could actually reach that R40, and I would also like to point out that the R38 probably more accurate for 10 inches of fiberglass. So I think at the least there should be, perhaps in Appendix A, there should be an option for spray foam at the edge, and the builders have been interested in that as an alternative to raised heel trusses.
And are you saying, Tom, that that's already an option within the code language, or are you
well,
saying...
it's only an option because they've done the parallel path calculation.
Yep. Okay.
Right now, so it'd be nice to have that figured out as an option. And then my other question is, are you clarifying whether you're talking about the inside face of the outside wall or the outside face of the outside wall? Because that makes quite a difference with that in a roof with a higher pitch.
Is that a question for Ann or for me?
Maybe for you, Dwayne, that was a big deal in Energy Star.
No, for
whether it
sure.
was
But we
inside or
would
outside
mean,
face.
I would intend that we're maintaining the existing requirement, which is to extend all the way to the outside of the top plate.
It's the wall top plate at the eaves.
Minus the blocking, right?
Yeah.
Obviously. Okay.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Larry.
If I remember right, I wish we had an engineer here, but when we built our radiant heat, radiant cool project house, we had 24-inch at the eaves. But I thought the engineer said that you could go 14 inches without that extra blocking. We went 24 inches for other reasons, but I thought he said that you could go up to 14 inches without that extra blocking. So, and then that's a significant cost if you can save that. But if you can go that 14 inches, I mean, it is available. And I mean, when they're at the truss plant, that doesn't take much to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, I am a practicing structural engineer trying to get involved in energy. Scary. But yeah, so trusses, you don't have to have full depth blocking when you have the high heel if you don't want to purchase a 14-inch deep engineered piece of wood, but you do end up needing 2 pieces of blocking, which is labor intensive. And the other thing that happens when you go to the higher heel is the trusses change their design. You end up having another vertical and another diagonal and another plate. So the cost of the truss itself is more. Well, I've lost my train of thought, but I reserve the right to raise my hand again.
Okay, thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Albert.
Yeah, thank you. Just one of the areas to really pay attention to is the perimeter. That's kind of what Dwayne was talking about. So if just from an energy flow standpoint, right? All of the solid, all of the timber are contained at the perimeter, both vertical support and then perimeter around the ceiling assembly. And so really what we're looking for is high insulation value to not pull energy out of the vertical framing system or through the perimeter of the ceiling support, right? So those areas will actually pull energy from other areas of the assembly through that component upwards and into a loss in an attic. So getting those edges right actually does have a really significant impact on the total energy or the total U value of the assembly. It's exactly the same issue around windows, why center of glass is far less important than frame. Thanks.
Thanks, Albert. Okay, go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment because this is the 3rd or 4th meeting where I've heard people leave their mics on and make some disrespectful comments. We're all volunteers here. We all have backgrounds. We all bring something to the table here. And I think it's important that we treat each other respectfully and when we're not speaking to be on mute. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Patrick. And yes, yep, we're volunteers. Stay on mute. And especially even if you're on mute, don't say disparaging or make disparaging noises about other people that are speaking. Go ahead, Greg.
I just want to highlight a potential, since we were talking about blocking, a potential conflict, because so WUI codes oftentimes require blocking right at the eave or on the heel truss, which I mean, I know we don't have WUI adopted, but I think that might be something that's coming down the pipe. And then also when you have one building next to another, like if you have under 5 feet separation between buildings, I believe you have to have some blocking for fire mitigation at the eaves, and it might impact the energy heel truss. So I don't want to make the assumption that we're not going to have blocking on right at the where it's at where the heel truss meets the rafter tails. So even if it works structurally, it may not work fire code wise.
I think, yep. That's where I think the inspector comes in and says, well, you got to do this, you got to do that. and would probably allow, you know, if something's required for the fire code, will allow you to have a little bit less insulation, but potentially. Go ahead, Shane.
I'll speak on that comment just real quick. Just keep in mind that fire blocking is not 2 by members, so you can actually use with structural panel for fire blocking. So in the case with the energy heal, if you're extending your sheathing up and utilizing it as part of how you transfer down into brace wall panels, that could be an option to address both issues. I am against the motion to disapprove this. I like where Ann was going in terms of trying to come up with essentially a compromise. I do think that the energy loss at the heels is something that, you know, whatever incentivizes that is, I think, is huge. So I just want to say that there was some wordsmithing happening. I like the direction it's going. Personally, I think an R49 as the baseline and allowing down to an R38 over the heel would be something I'd be comfortable with, but I definitely don't want to see this disapproved and kill this thought process. So
Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, speaking to Dwayne's talking about we don't want to go back. So that's why I'm proposing 0.025, because the R factors allow R60 standard, and the U factor of that, as in Appendix A, is 0.025. So I'm simply saying that we want to match the R60 standard with the U factor in the U table. So this proposal doesn't go backwards because, again, R60 standard is U 0.025.
Thanks, Ann. But the R40 would be going backwards, right?
Well, no, I mean, it's going backwards from R49, of course, but if you are allowing R60 standard and the U of that is 0.025, and if we agree that R40 is 0.025 as well, then we're meeting what's in the R table.
Okay, thanks, Ann. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove this. A yes vote would be to disapprove it. A no vote would be to do something else with it. So let's do a roll call vote. Yes is disapproval, no is do something else.
Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
Abstain.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason Garrett,
No.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Brian Russo,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Ann Anderson,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Shane Millis,
no.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarjan,
Yes.
motion carries 8-6 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. This proposal is disapproved. We are going to take a short lunch break and we will come back. We'll come back at 5 after the hour and we will go straight to the R405 section on your agenda.
And Shell, just a flag, I'll be out from 12 to 1:30. So if 19 comes up, I'll be back at 1:30. Thanks.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. All right, see you all in about 15. All right, welcome back, everybody. We have 3 proposals under R405. the first is Kevin Rose. Kevin, I see you here. Are you around?
I am here.
Okay, you have the floor.
Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. So this is a placeholder proposal just to make sure that there's opportunity to calibrate the R405 performance path with the decisions that are made elsewhere in the code, specifically to match the efficiency of the prescriptive path. So as you can see, I'm not proposing any values here. So I guess I would propose that action on this section be delayed until after notably the R406 proposals that are going to be heard. And I'll also mention that we've have PNL helping us to determine what these numbers should be after the prescriptive path decisions are made.
Okay, Kevin, and my assumption is it would take weeks probably to come up with these numbers, right?
Yes, these are things that would not be able to be accurately calculated and included along with the rest of the proposals during this
Yep.
round of tag work, but could perhaps be submitted as public comment.
And that's how we've handled it in the past, is we accept some TBDs now, and we've done that with the commercial code as well, where there's modeling that happens after the prescriptive and other code is largely done by the tag, and then the modeling starts, and then we fill in these numbers as a public comment, and then the council will consider adopting the numbers that are provided. So it's perfectly within our normal practice to adopt something that has TBDs with modeling to be done. All right, anyone want to discuss or make a motion on this?
Albert would like to make a motion to approve an open discussion.
I'll
Okay.
second Albert's motion. This is Greg.
We have a motion to approve and a second for it. I see no hands up on for discussion. Go ahead, Kevin.
Sorry, one additional element I meant to mention. You'll see mentioned here are the square feet thresholds that align with the R406 prescriptive path. If there's any change there, it would be logical to change those, though perhaps not strictly necessary. So that remains TBD, perhaps to be figured out in a couple hours here.
Yep, that sounds good, Kevin. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I didn't see an explicit note in here to say that P&L is calculating those values. Is that worth having? And then also inquiring, what's the extent of the P&L analysis? Is it just for the simulated building performance, or is it going to be for other parts of the code? Or
Go ahead, Kevin, if you have an answer for that.
Yeah, so we've contracted with PNNL to help us with the ERI path, and y'all have seen that work in that proposal, and they'll help us further to refine those numbers, and we have them on contract to help with this proposal, the R405 section as well. So both performance paths.
okay, I'm good with that, but should we add the phrase in this proposal saying P&L to recalculate credits for the 405 and ERI paths?
I don't think it's necessary. This is a public meeting. This is recorded. People will know that. I don't think it's necessary. Go ahead, Albert. And you were a little quiet earlier, so speak loudly or get close to the microphone, something.
Or turn off my phone. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, between this and 406, I just want to make sure that there's a pathway that this can align with, kind of the movement of more incremental steps in floor space. If there's less than, if the 1,500 square foot increment drops to 1,350, right?
Yep.
That matter that we're also considering. I just want to make sure if this relates to that and if there's a pathway to adjust to that. Thanks.
I think there would be. There's a pathway for the council and the committee to adjust to that. And I assume the next committee, that the MVP committee that would consider this would, if other tag action happens that changes these sizes, would modify this proposal to include those other sizes. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in favor of reassessing the percentages. Every time I looked at the 2021 R405 modeling path, it seemed just much more difficult than the prescriptive or path with credits. So just wanted to say I'd support this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Okay. All in favor of approving this proposal, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We are on to Greg, you have a proposal 003.
Yeah, so this, I'll wait just for it to be pulled up, I guess. Simple change. We did the same exact change in the commercial code. And really the purpose is just for EPCA compliance, and also it was for I-26/6 at the time when that was in place also. So it's just merely same type as proposed, which is what it says pretty much in a lot of all the other reference design, same language. So if you don't do this, then there's question about whether when you're doing the reference design and the simulated path, there's questions on whether you can get it's even feasible to get a gas system to pass in accordance with, and part of EPCA's requirements is you have to at least have one viable option installed a gas appliance. So
Greg, I have a question for you, which is, you said we did this in the commercial code. Can you explain what you mean by that?
We had the same reference design table, and we had a so we had a similar table, and we had a similar note for requiring heat pumps. It was the basis for design, and we changed it to the system type as proposed.
You're saying that was approved by the commercial energy code tag?
Yeah, and I just have to look up the proposal number, but yeah, we did something similar in there.
I don't recall that passing. So I'm going to look that up as well.
Yeah.
What this would do is compare a heat pump system to a baseline of a heat pump system, a gas system to the baseline of a gas system. And it's unclear to me when I look at this if a electric resistance system would be compared to an electric resistance system. But to me, this goes against the idea of energy efficiency, and it doesn't comply with EPCA any more clearly than this proposal doesn't help us comply with EPCA any more clearly than our current integrated draft. My reading of EPCA is that you need a baseline design that complies with, that is on the approved list, but nowhere in there does it suggest that you need a different baseline design for every different system type. I don't think that's in EPCA. It also says you need to compare it on a one-to-one energy basis. And if you have different baselines, you're not comparing on a one-to-one energy basis. You're comparing based on the system type that you choose. And so if you have a heat pump and you're comparing to a heat pump, well, that's not on a one-to-one energy basis in comparing that heat pump to a gas appliance or a gas appliance to a heat pump. It doesn't make sense to me why this would be necessary or even desired or even better under EPCA. I think it would set the energy code back because when we looked at the energy use of residential buildings in 2018 for the 2018 energy use analysis, what it showed was that gas homes had an EUI way higher than heat pump homes. And so what the code was doing in 2018 was requiring heat pump homes to do a lot more energy efficiency than it required of gas homes, so that the EUI would be even lower to make up for the lack of efficiency of gas homes. Because the EUIs are way higher, we're supposed to get to a 70% energy use reduction. And what was happening is we were burdening heat pump homes with additional costs and additional efficiency to make up for the lack of efficiency of gas homes. And so in the 2021 code, we made a single standard reference design, which is a heat pump water heater home, which meant, or heat pump space heating as well, home, which meant if you want to use gas, use gas. You're just comparing on a one-to-one energy use basis to the same baseline, no matter which home type you choose. So I wanted to provide that background and my opinions on that. Go ahead, Tom.
Sorry, that was an error from last time.
That was okay. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to disapprove. You've mentioned a lot of what I wanted to say, that it's this wants to substitute same as proposed as the baseline system so that it can allow natural gas appliances. But our idea all along has been that you can use gas appliances. You just have to make up for their inefficiency with other system improvements. So motion to disapprove.
I'll second that, Nate.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. Go ahead, Larry.
What we're trying to reduce is 70% of 2006.
Larry, could you speak louder?
Is that better?
A little bit better.
Okay. So what we're trying to do is reduce 2006 by 70%. So, you know, in 2006, we had homes that used heat pumps and electric backup. We had homes that used straight heat pumps, and we've been using heat pumps since probably 1975 to heat our homes. Okay. And so what it asked for is if you were building a house in 2006, that you reduce your usage by 70%. So if you were using a heat pump to heat your house in 2006, you need to reduce that same home using a heat pump to reduce it by 70%. Okay. If you were heating your house with gas, the builder was heating his house with gas, then he has to reduce his 70% with gas or equivalent. So this mixture, you're trying to intermix things here, and that's not what the legislation says. What the legislation says is reduce from 2006 what you were doing to 70%. So if you were predominantly using heat pumps back then, which a lot of builders did on the west side, and some people did it on the east side, and they could have gas backup or oil backup or electric backup, because most of us won't put propane in a basement, and a lot of rural areas in eastern Washington don't have natural gas. So So you can't intermix like you're talking about there, Shell. That's not right. And so for you guys that were using heat pumps in 2006, for you guys to reduce by 70%, I want to see how you can do it, because I don't see how you can do it personally. But we can do that with natural gas. And so I think this proposal, I would vote down this because I think it is right. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Kevin.
Oh yeah, thank you, Cheryl. Just to add some flavor to this, the 2006 Washington State Energy Code has I know it's the baseline for the legislation. If you look in 402.2 energy analysis, it says for an alternate building design to be considered similar to a standard design, it shall utilize the same energy sources for the same functions. Which would
Kevin, just as a note, the IECC was not adopted by the state in 2006.
I'm reading out of the Washington State Energy Code. Am I out of order? I thought I was reading directly from the Washington State Energy Code. Anyway, the point
Go ahead and
being,
continue.
back in the day, this was exactly how things were defined. That is, the standard reference design was the same as proposed. That's, as you indicated, Jill, that has been changed. Different interpretations since then, but that was the baseline back then. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove this. I'm not seeing a lot of hands up. I think we've had some points made. Go ahead, Dave. Balin?
Kevin's right. We did used to have this language that basically made the heating systems like for like. The big problem with that is that as we moved into the 70% reduction problem, at first it didn't matter. We had a long way to go. But now that we've done this for a decade and a half, it's no longer an option to accept even what we call high efficiency gas furnaces and expect it's going to be it's going to be acceptable, let alone cost effective, to get to these levels. That's why it was changed, and it was changed 2 code cycles back using the normalization table. Up until then, it was like for like, and up until then, we accepted it because we weren't only trying to get part of the way. Now we have to get all the way, and we have to go to a more, shall we say, explicit overall energy use in our evaluation.
Thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Chell. A couple of things. I'm not sure if I really agree with your interpretation of 1 for 1. I think that's been interpreted a number of different ways. It sure would be nice to crawl into the heads of those that crafted the language way back when to know what their specific intent want, but I'm not going to debate that anymore. Number 2, I don't know that I've seen any study or analysis that says that we can't get to 70% by continuing to allow like for like type of comparisons. I don't think you have to shift all the way away from high efficiency gas equipment and only use heat pumps to get to the 70%. At least I haven't seen any particular study or analysis that says we have to do it that way. So I just think that that's not a strong argument against this proposal, and I support in general this proposal and mine coming up. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Go ahead, Larry.
I hope by the end of the July holiday, the 4th of July, I should have that documentation that I believe we've already met, even with gas equipment, that we have made the 70% from everything I can see, but I got to have all the documentation to present to you guys. I can't get there because we had heat pumps, we had co-ops of 2.5, which we were using in 2006. And I can't get there that way with your heat pump systems. Okay. And I just can't get there. And I'd like to see how you can do it. But from everything I have documentation, I don't believe you can get there. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Kevin, go ahead.
Now, one more note following up on what Gary said. NIA did a code analysis several years ago looking at, I believe, Oregon and Washington's. Might have been just Oregon. I can't find it at the moment on their energy use reduction goals. And for certain occupancies, they couldn't get there with existing equipment on gas or electric. And for some occupancies, they could. I'd like to find that, but perhaps this argument has already been made. Actually, I know I've made this argument before. So,
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, the motion is to disapprove 003, which is what we see on the screen here. Let's do a roll call vote. A vote of yes is to disapprove, a vote of no is to do something else.
Okay, Julie Blazek,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
Jason Garrard,
No.
Albert Rooks.
Yeah.
John Lang.
This is Gavin
Oh.
Tennant. I'm here for the afternoon, and I
Okay.
vote yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Brian Russo,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
no.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Ann Anderson,
No.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nellis,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarjan.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-6.
Okay, motion carries 11-6. We are on to the motion is, or the proposal is disapproved. We're on to the next one, 020. Gary, you're up.
Thank you. So I'll wait for it to come up. So this one, frankly, similar flavor to Greg's proposal with a couple of differences. This one proposes to use the IECC construct and language for both space heating and water heating, except for, if you'll notice as you look down that, so fuel type and capacity, same as proposed. For heat pumps, it does reference complying with the appropriate table. So any high efficiency heat pumps would be compared to the baseline heat pump or the minimum efficiency heat pump. But for the fuel gas, what I'm proposing is same as proposed in the standard reference design. So what that would mean is If you're proposing a 95% furnace, your baseline is a 95% furnace. And so you really don't get any real credit through here for choosing a 95% furnace. But neither are you unfairly penalized by comparing that high efficiency furnace to a heat pump on a site energy basis. I also want to remind folks that the IECC, I believe in this performance path, is still utilizing energy cost. I know we're not there, but so that's my proposal. I might also support those comments by saying the prescriptive path currently does not require heat pumps. So I don't think that the standard reference design through the performance path should require heat pumps as the baseline. So again, lining up with the IECC on language and format, allowing heat pumps to be compared against minimum efficiency heat pumps, but furnaces and gas water heaters would really get no credit in this particular case through this compliance path. And I might also say that if this is adopted, as you look back at Kevin Rose's proposal, those percentages can be tweaked as necessary if there's any perceived inequities here. So that's my proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Go ahead, Dwayne.
A motion to disapprove for the same reasons as we disapproved the 003 from Greg Johnson.
Albert seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to disapprove this. I'll wait a second for any more hands. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I missed out on a lot of the conversation on the last one, but I really do think that the baseline should not be based on a higher efficiency than what the minimum code prior to dealing with the options requires. So I think that this can solve that. So I'm against the motion and would like to see this pass and have the percentages adjusted accordingly.
Thanks, Shane. I guess a different option would be to have the baseline in R405 be a minimum efficiency gas furnace, and that would then mean the BPFs or the numbers would be much lower.
I had that same thought too. It's kind of it's one of two ways to do the same thing, just with percentage adjusted. So
yeah, with the R406 proposal that shifts the fuel normalization to the gas baseline, and then you just get credits for a heat pump, and you get credits for a better gas furnace, and you get credits for everything. That's where that would go. This proposal doesn't do that. This proposal compares gas to gas and heat pumps to heat pumps. So it doesn't do that thing. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, I just might remind everybody again that, this is the way it was done forever. Comparing gas and electric to electric. And again, and it was comparing against the minimum efficiency equipment. And so what I'm saying here is that, for gas furnaces and gas water heaters, you don't have to compare it to an 80% furnace, right? And get what some would consider unfair, undue credit, so to speak. We do allow for furnaces in the prescriptive path. We do provide credits for high efficiency gas furnace in the prescriptive path. I just don't see the big issue here. I think this is a real fair compromise between what it used to be prior to 2021 and what it is now in 2021. So I would just urge folks to vote no to disapproval and give this one a fair shot. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Go ahead, Shane.
Well, I listened, Shell, and I was thinking this through more. So as with if the baseline matches the proposed, then it takes away all the ability for providing a heat pump or doing additional efficiencies to actually gain anything through this path. So I think, but the concept of making the baseline the 80% furnace or whatever the lowest efficiency for a water heater, I think that's where like my mind is going. That the baseline should be basically the weakest thing that you can do for these different equipments, and then you go from there. So I'm still against the motion for disapproval, mainly because, and I guess I need to, unfortunately, I don't know if there's another proposal that's similar, but I just want to make sure that we're not going to disapprove the only chance is to correct what I think is a major error by making the baseline heat pumps. So thank you.
Thanks, Shane. And I guess it almost doesn't matter if the baseline is an 80% gas furnace and a gas water heater, which is the least efficient system, and the targets that are set by the the proposal we just approved that would, has TBD in it, and those numbers would come out as 50. If you have a gas baseline, the numbers might be 35. And if it's a heat pump baseline, the number might be 50. But nonetheless, you basically have to design the same buildings to comply to get the same energy efficiency. So if you have a baseline that is a heat pump, the TBD number would be different than if you have gas. But the building you design to comply with that pathway, or all the different buildings you could design to comply with the pathway, would be the same buildings. So it doesn't really matter whether gas is the baseline, as long as it's a consistent baseline among buildings, or heat pumps are the baseline, as long as it's consistent among buildings. The amount of work you have to do to get to the energy efficiency targets would be the same. So I guess while it might be easier and clearer to have the least efficient systems be the baseline, it doesn't really matter because of the way R405 is set up. Because the targets are set based on the baseline, and the targets would just be set more aggressive if you have a better baseline, or lower if you have a worse baseline. Does that make any sense? Anyway, that's how I see it. As long as if it's a single baseline that we're comparing all buildings to, the BPFs are what they are to get to the energy efficiency goals. And it almost doesn't even matter what the baseline is, because the BPFs are set based on the baseline and how much better you need to be than that. Okay, go ahead, Greg.
So I did want to highlight that simulated pathway is rarely used. I've heard anecdotal reports from folks that it is being used in some places, but I'm not a code official, so I'm not privy to seeing permits, but I am not aware of a single permit that's, aside from a few anecdotal minor cases, and that's with using assuming people even use a heat pump. So if you were to use it, if it's too hard to go through the simulated pathway to actually comply with it and get credits on with a heat pump, then is it even possible with a natural gas without this this change? So
the testimony that I've heard, Greg, on that subject is that some people say it's impossible to use the path in Washington. Other people say we use the path. And it has seemed to come down to software and that kind of thing, as opposed to the stringency of the path. That's what I've heard, what the tag has heard over the last couple cycles.
I've heard the reason why is it's too stringent because it keeps changing on you as you're going through and get more efficient building. So for that reason, I mean, I don't think the simulated one I think is broken. It doesn't work, the simulated pathway, which is partly why we have a push for ERI. But regardless, the key point I'm trying to make is I don't believe leaving it as is EPCA compliant, because I mean, if it's not possible to install a gas appliance, if there's no possible means to do it, then it
Where are
doesn't.
you getting the information that it's not possible to have a gas appliance in an R405 home?
We'll have to look at the final version. We'll have to run some test cases through the final version that we got. But I have never seen a gas thing going through simulated performance path and actually getting through. So if that happens, I would love to see it. But if that's not possible, if nobody in the state is able to install a gas appliance through the simulated pathway, then that would fail one of the tests in EPCA, and you would have an EPCA violation.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, these two items, the space heating and water heating, are large portions of energy use in houses, but those are not to be seen in isolation. We're looking, the standard reference design, as Chell has pointed out, is the whole thing, and it's just as a basis of comparison. If you set that lower, then the proposed design it's going to match up, and it's going to be just as difficult or easy to comply. I think it's good the way it is, because we've seen from surveys done by NEA that heat pump systems are by now the most common systems that go in. So you have that most common system used used for the basis of comparison rather than a less common system. And finally, what we've heard is that volume builders who crank out hundreds or thousands of houses do use a modeling pathway, because it makes economic sense for them to go through that if they're going to make hundreds of duplicate houses of using the same model.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on this, that this is not proposing to make the lowest efficiency fossil fuel systems baseline. That's not what this is doing. I just want to make sure people understand that.
Yep.
Also want to make sure that people understand that heat pumps will still be able to earn quote unquote credits here. If you use a higher efficiency heat pump than the minimum federal standard, you will show savings and you will show an advantage. But using gas furnaces, you will not get an advantage, right? Your baseline for the gas furnace and gas water heater will be the same as proposed. If you're picking a 95% furnace, it's going to be based upon a 95% furnace. So it's not like giving gas furnaces and water heaters a free pass. As a matter of fact, it's disadvantaging some of those higher efficiencies compared to, for example, the IACC. So I just think this is something that lines up a little bit more closely to the IACC. I believe that this can still work to meet the 70% goals. Heat pumps are not required in the prescriptive path. High efficiency gas furnaces can still earn credits in the prescriptive path. So again, I think this is a fair compromise, and just ask to vote against disapproval and give this one a shot. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand it. If I understand this in terms of like the COP or the efficiency of the baseline system, it seems like the proposal is looking for the gas furnace to be measuring itself against a baseline of whatever 80 or 90%, whereas the current code is using a baseline of whatever the federal standard heat pump is of 250 or 300%. So if we take out the words gas or heat pump, just the efficiency of the system, the baseline being that low seems like it's not going to capture, you're going to get a lot more credit for the other things that you do in the house, so it's not going to capture the same efficiencies. Anyway, I may be misconstruing that, but it doesn't seem like it works to me. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Shane.
So, just I guess to Gary, the thing that I guess maybe not understanding, but the way it's written in my understanding of this pathway is if you make the baseline the same as the proposed, then no matter what it is that's proposed becomes the baseline, and then there's no way to ever get any type of energy savings for that particular item. So I think just from the way that it's written, that's where I think that's kind of flawed. And I totally understand that the the proponent is not suggesting moving the baseline down to the lowest level of gas appliances. But just speaking again to that, I think, there's comments made that it doesn't matter, that you can just adjust the percentages, and I completely agree with that. But I just think that the second you make the baseline say that it's the heat pump, it implies that you're not going to be able to use gas. And I don't agree that that's true. But I think that any situation where the code could be misread that way, or at least give someone that's, thumbing through that wrong impression is obviously where some of the pushback on the energy code is coming from. So I think anything that takes away that feeling would be a benefit, just in terms of, again, preventing the arguments.
Thanks, Shane.
If I may just respond real briefly,
Gary.
and just to be clear, so there's under the standard reference design, there's different requirements for heat pumps and furnaces. So under heat pump, it says heat pump complying with the appropriate table. Well, that table is the minimum federal efficiency for heat pumps. So if it was, if the minimum efficiency is an 8.2 HSPF, which is, I think, is what it used to be, and now I don't know how that relates to HSPF2. In any case, so a higher efficiency heat pumps will still earn savings, okay? The higher efficiency gas furnace will not. So just want to be clear here. And again, I think this is a fair compromise. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Okay, the motion is to disapprove this proposal. So a yes vote is to disapprove it. A no vote is to do something else. So let's do a roll call vote.
Julie Blazek,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason Garud,
No.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Brian Russo,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Ann Anderson,
No.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nellis,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarjan,
Yes.
motion carries 11-6.
Okay, motion carries. Proposal is disapproved. We're going back to the regular order of business, which is going to No, 008 Jones. So Jonathan, are you around?
One more, yes, sir.
All right. Well, we are to your 008. You have the floor.
All right, I believe I submitted a new one. We went through the work group. There's still some comments on whether or not the math should be involved for the exception, or one of the proponents wanted the counties listed for everybody within the sections that would qualify. Either way, I'm not as firmly stuck on the exception as getting the rest of the code through. We did add an independent testing section down below. If you keep scrolling down just a little bit further, there's a new section that talks about how the tester needs to be independent.
Did we lose
And then,
you?
no, I'm still here. I was just giving folks a chance to read it. My
Okay,
apologies.
good. No, that's good.
And so we did change the language up a little bit, mostly to make sure people understood what independence meant. And again, the exception was changed to a person per square mile or smaller than a certain square miles metric that was provided by the Department of Commerce. And I am definitely open to comments and suggestions.
Anybody from the work group want to chime in on this?
Yeah, that's Dwayne. I'm not in favor of having something that says that you have to go and calculate how many people per square mile your county has. Better if there's a dozen counties that qualify, then we should just make a list of them.
Yep, and that could be, to the point of expedience, that could be done at the MVPE committee or in the council meeting. If we like the bulk of what we see, we could deal with that issue later, because I know I've seen lots and lots of emails go back and forth on that. So if we like the rest of it, we could probably deal with that later. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, so I was participating in the work group. My big concern on that exception was that I'm just not aware of any provision in any code that just bases an exception on workforce. So I mean, if there were some type of precedence, then I'd be, more lenient towards that. But usually when you start talking about on a county by county basis, everything is always going to be what's the actual hazard in the county. You're identifying something that's tied to the provision and why a certain county should be exempt, not just whether or not you can achieve it. So I had made that suggestion about trying to sidestep away from that, doing, maybe this new subsection that would basically focus in on that the contractor primarily responsible for performing the sealing of the air barrier would not be able to do be the testing agent. We did kind of recognize that you could actually even shorten a little bit further, take out some of the objective and competent and even independent language away from that, and just move into the main body of the proposal to just come out and say that the contractor primarily responsible for performing the sealing is not permitted to be the testing agent. So just kind of sharing that with everybody that I think that could be a path to maybe achieve that original intent without trying to divide up counties. But at the end of the day, it also may be the best thing to just recognize that we don't need to go that far currently. I mean, we're gonna be requiring a tighter building. Right? I think we already voted on that. We're already moving the needle on this, and probably doing a double whammy where suddenly potential workforce issues come into play might just be too much for this code cycle.
Okay, Shane, so just to kind of see where we are, you're not necessarily in favor of this proposal, even if we figured out the rural county thing.
No, I'm fine with things that are happening up above that's just talking about, I think it's the location timestamp
Yep.
Things they're talking about certified by the manufacturer of the equipment, like the training piece of it. I think that's all fair and makes sense. It's just,
Okay.
yeah, the independence portion in, which is what the whole exception is about, that I have concerns.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, thank you. I I have concern, I get the intent and I appreciate the work that Jonathan's been doing on this, but I think at this point we're going to be requiring a highly rated independent energy rater essentially to have to come out just to do this testing. And I feel like if you're trying to go through the prescriptive path, you're trying to for whatever reason, it's not that you don't want things to be tested, but you don't want to have to go to the route of having to get a rater or a tester for every single thing. And I'm just concerned that this is going to add a lot of burden, and there'll be areas. It seems like the rural exception might not make it in there. There might be areas where they just can't get the workforce out right away. And so then, while the cost of the test itself might not be that much, causing delays could compound the problem. And for that reason, I'm not really enthusiastic about moving forward this proposal, this code cycle. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo some of what Shane and others have said and also clarify a couple things in these changes. I'm just not totally following, and this refers to whether or not we need this rural exception or not. It seems like in the changes in the first paragraph, we already took out third party and turned it into approved testing agent. And it seems like we're kind of going in the direction that it can actually be the same company, but it shouldn't be the same agent within that company. I don't think we're really being clear about what we're saying, and we should get clear on what we're trying to achieve and then make sure that everything aligns with that. So if it is just approved, then I don't see why we need this exception at all, because the exception is saying not required to utilize third-party testing, but we've already taken that third-party requirement out of the actual proposed language. And I also agree with Dwayne that I don't think that we want people fussing around with trying to figure out what the population density of these counties are. That doesn't make any sense to me, but I don't even know if we need this exception at all. And then down at the bottom, there's this language about independence. And if indeed we want to approve something like, can we move down a little bit, Krista, to the last sentence there? The testing agent shall be an independent agent of the contractor primarily responsible for performing the work. That sentence is confusing and I think actually says the exact opposite of what we want it to say. So I don't necessarily know if I'm for or against the idea of kind of slightly tightening up the language around the requirements for the testing. But I don't think that it should, if that's what we're doing, we need to kind of change all of this other language to align with that. And it's very confusing right now.
Okay, Poppy. We'll take some testimony, and then if people think they like part of it, but not another part, a motion could be made to approve part of it only. And then someone else could make a motion to approve other parts of it if people want to part it out. So that's a perfectly reasonable way to approach it if you like something but not something else in it. I think the independent section would be much better if the words agent and independent were reversed. The testing agent shall be an agent independent of the contractor primarily responsible for performing the sealing of the air barrier. I think that would be clearer to the intent that I understand. Go ahead, Gavin.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, echoing Poppy a little bit here. I am all for independent quality testing. And I think that that's the general thrust of this proposal. I'm wondering if it's also a possibility of just, rather than wordsmithing as a group today, of, talking about it possibly in the future too. The other thing that I personally am concerned about, having built a lot of these airtight buildings, I really do believe that we as a TAG need to consider requiring some level of insurance from these independent agents, these independent testing agents, and ordinary liability insurance that's there for, life and damage to property. It's not there for, the work of calculations such as a blower door test. So I think that that's just an additional nuance here that it doesn't seem to be considered. Sliding up, Jonathan, I think, are we saying that is it all certifications would be allowed, so it's not specifying just ResNet?
Yeah, that would be correct, especially
Yeah.
since other manufacturers have really great training on how to use their equipment, how to set it up, and how to run the test. It's really a 5-minute education and a 10-minute process.
I get
didn't.
that. I get that, but mistakes happen. And when mistakes happen, we have a product that is out in existence for 100 years, which didn't get tested correctly, and the individual doing that work, or the agent or the company, wasn't carrying an insurance policy. And so in that case, how are we protecting the public here? I think it would be best if we choose an agency that is requiring some sort of insurance, and I would sure hope it's not just general liability.
So insurance is not currently part of the proposal, right?
Well, but if we move it to ResNet, I believe
Okay.
you would at least be getting a liability policy, correct, Jonathan?
No, most of these standards require them to have it, but the individual that you and I were looking up on the site, and we're not going to say any names here in particularly, is a ResNet rater. So what I'm trying to say when we had our side conversation was specifically that insurance requirements have always been on the state and the cities, especially with their building licenses, to make sure that they had proper insurance to perform the work. That's required by each city or the state itself. And so with that, like whenever I go to pull any of my licenses, I have to comply with the required insurances to perform my work. Now, who's keeping up on that? That's an enforcement of that is a different conversation. And I don't think it has anything to do with the energy code for enforcement purposes of insurance.
No, it does. If we choose to say that you have to be ResNet and ResNet only, we then know that there is an insurance element to.
Yeah, but now you're specifying a very particular brand of product that's available out there when other individuals could be performing the services that have equal certifications.
I guess I feel like part of my job here on the TAG is a consumer protection element, and I don't feel like opening the door to.
At the moment, who is currently looking at the assurances of the people performing those standards right now?
Well, no one, if you look at our conversation from earlier, Jonathan, and that's the concern that I have as a member of this TAG around consumer protection here. So I'll cede the floor, Chell. Thank you.
Okay, good points. I feel like we should figure out what we like about this, what we don't like about it, and how to move forward. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I just briefly want to support the giving some slack to the rural counties. It makes sense that it's a list of counties. It's more simple. It's really expensive to drive 3 hours to do a test and drive back. And so just, I think giving them more flexibility as to who's already out there, who's there, who decided to take another job and do something else, so there's nobody there. It's such a small number of homes, compared to the metro areas where it's not hard to find somebody to do this. Anyway, thank you. That's my comment.
And by the way, I did just look it up. There's 30 out of the 39 counties have fewer than 100 population per square mile.
Okay, so we'd be requiring this in 9 counties per this current thing. I think this could be, the rural county issue could be figured out later if we like the rest of this. So I'm hoping we don't spend a lot of time. I will not allow us to spend a lot of time talking about rural counties. I think we should talk about the rest of the proposal, and then we could figure out rural counties later. So Gavin, you talked, Tom, you talked, Albert?
Thank you. I have a technical question that would affect the notion of third party and independence. Just looking for a technical option in proper site preparedness and actual confirmation that the measurement was performed at the job site that it's reported for. So is the equipment, I understand the equipment, we can take screenshots and various maybe other data points that are maybe verifiable at reporting and inspection. Does any of this equipment have the ability to take a geolocation at the time of testing? Like, can we get it down to independent screenshots showing performance at a particular geolocation and backed up with photographic evidence, which might lighten the load of independence and lighten the load of that population density thing that we don't really want to talk about anymore? There.
So Albert, is that a question for Jonathan or others to say whether that the software allows that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's baked into the reports. It's a requirement for 380 testing actually to do this, and these reports are set up to perform the 380 testing.
With
And that includes a geolocation?
Correct. Timestamp, location stamp. It also data points every pressure and CFM at those pressures that were taken to extrapolate the blower door results. And then depending on which standard you are testing to, it can be anywhere from 5 to a total of 9 or 10 different testing pressure points.
I think this really, maybe I'll make a proposal, but I feel like this could be worked on a little farther with the benchmark for independence and QA lowered, which would positively affect population density areas also. I think we're coming from a third-party mindset that didn't offer these technological points, and that maybe today we could leverage those. Thanks.
Thanks, Albert. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I'm going to make a proposal. I'm going to propose that we accept with the modification being that where it right says newly proposed, or so right. I think you got to scroll up. So in front of a report, we would write the code official has the authority to require, and then we'd have all that, and then we strike the exceptions. And so this way, what we're doing is we're leaving it in the hands, the discretion of the code official, whether they want to make this as a requirement or not. And the reason for this thinking is, I keep thinking back, what is the problem we're solving? Like, and how prevalent really is it? And because we're adding cost and we're not changing energy efficiency, assuming people install this correctly. And if we put this code official as the ability, if this code official is suspect that people are faking reports and fraudulently doing things, they have the ability to require this stuff. If the code official says, no, these people are being honest and I don't have an issue, or maybe they want a spot check or whatever, it kind of leaves in their hands. And then the code official is more in tune with what rural and what's not rural and what's reasonable and what's available in their area.
Can I stop you for a second, Greg, and ask Shane and Dwayne if that is good code language? The code official has the ability to do something?
It should be the authority to. In general, a provision like that, is doable. So, I just want it, but in doing this direction, the rest of this section gets a little bit weird in terms of language. So, I don't have a problem with the direction that he's suggesting, just that recognizing that there's more language that have to be tweaked to make that whole paragraph make sense.
I'm not wild about such provisions because then it just, especially for small town building officials, it just puts pressure on them to not enforce something if it's up to them. So I'd rather have one code that applies to every part of the state.
Thanks. Okay, Greg, you have the floor again. I just wanted to ask that quick question.
Yeah, and I think we have the language. I'm not sure, Shane, if there was something I missed on language that's not trued up. Do we need to add a sentence as indicated below, or?
Well, if we go back up, just walk through it. So if you're saying the code official has authority to require a report, that like the second sentence, tests shall be conducted. So then we're kind of back to language that's charging by nature. It's not really leaning into the fact that we said it's up to their authority. So you don't want that second or third sentence to suddenly be a requirement, not necessarily as a part of because they've decided to make the decision. So
instead of shall be if required, tests shall be, would that be?
May I chime in real fast and just say that our current code already says that that a code official could require the test be performed if they wished by a third party. That language already exists in the code, and it's being unenforced in certain areas, and it's causing issues in others. So even where there are issues that are persistent in the state, they are not triggering that language to stop it.
I just don't want to create a housing. We already have a housing unaffordability problem. So I'm trying to empower the code official to do what's necessary, but not mandate what's unnecessary and drive up costs.
Okay. Greg, can you restate your motion, then I'll ask if there's a second.
Yeah, it's to modify as shown on the screen.
Am I catching all of your modifications, Greg?
I think so. We might have to wordsmith if
There's
someone
one at the
seconded
very
it.
bottom.
Yeah,
I would like you to confirm.
Are we getting rid of this section, or is that?
I think you delete it.
Yeah, delete it. And I'm open to wordsmithing if other people want to change it. I mean, the intent is just basically empower the code official, but not drive up costs unnecessarily.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, the motion, by the way, is to approve this as recently modified. Okay, go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I was just going to recommend or suggest making this an optional appendix that local jurisdictions can adopt. So that way, if rural jurisdictions don't feel like they can handle this, then they just cannot adopt it, but making it the language mandatory within that. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Larry.
I don't know. I think we're making a lot out of this. I mean, because I'm from the backflow testing part of things. So we have people that get certified to do backflows. Every 2 years, they have to get recertified. They fill out the paperwork, they sign it, and we move on. And I don't know why it can't be that simple. Okay. We're just making a lot of complexity here that, I mean, and when we're talking backflow, we're talking about they're putting their name on that paper that if it ain't right, they're liable. Okay. And backflow is incredibly important because it's the water you drink and it works great.
Wait a minute, dude, we're not talking water, Larry. I don't think.
I know, but this is the same concept here.
Okay.
Being responsible, okay, and making sure what you're doing is proper. And I'm thinking that would be a lot better way to proceed than what we're doing here. We're making it a lot more cost, and nobody seems to really have the responsibility here that's liable. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Gavin.
I just want to comment on what Larry said there. I feel like what I heard is that, Larry, you as a plumber, you've got licensed plumbers that have a license that are putting their name on a document saying that it's installed to the code, and they're risking their license. And so I feel like what we're working on here is something that's similar. We're trying to create a level of licensing and responsibility, and it seems completely appropriate. So
the difference here is a backflow. If he goes through and gets certified for backflow, he does not have to be a plumber. Okay. But he has to pass the backflow test, which is not very easy. Okay. Then he's recertified every 2 years. But on each piece of paper, he signs his name and his certificate there. He is legally responsible for what he just tested. Okay. And that documentation is all recorded. Okay. And so there's a responsibility here that you can go to this person in case there's a problem. Okay. And then the testing is recertified every year. I mean, every 2 years, you have to get recertified.
Okay. Just to
Thank
be
you.
clear, that's not anything like the proposal that's in front of us.
Yeah, but it's simple.
It's simpler. So it sounds like some people maybe like what is in front of us, some people don't. Some people think a completely different type of option, like Larry was proposing, would be a good thing. The only thing we have in front of us is what we have in front of us, and there's a motion on it to approve it as modified. There could be lots of other options. Those could be envisioned. We would want to postpone this if we wanted to consider those. But somebody would have to come up with some code language quite quickly, and it would have to be viable code language because we have one meeting after today. We have discussed this at great length. I hope you all have your opinions on it ready to go. I'm going to call on Carolyn since Carolyn has not spoken yet.
Just for everybody, Carolyn Logan with the Washington Air Conditioning Contractors Association. Shell, I guess I'm just a little concerned about some of the discussions in these proposals as I start to listen to this, where we're getting into licensing and testing and that type of thing. I'm not sure, is that truly under the auspices of what the State Building Code Council should be doing?
The only thing we're debating right now is the thing in front of us, which does not require the things that Larry and some others have mentioned about insurance and what have you. So look at what you see in front of you and see if you have.
Yeah, I do. I think I still do have some questions about how this would apply across the state in a testing situation, and whether or not this should be separated out and discussed. What are the qualifications, the testing, et cetera, to get to a certain requirement in the code that should be separated out and discussed separately.
Yeah, right now it says an approved testing agent, meaning acceptable to the code official. And the test is also optional based on the code official's authority. The code official has the authority, but is not required to require a report. There's a lot of optionality in here.
Yeah, I guess I still have concerns. I will go back and talk to my clients about it some more, but just concerns about the approach.
Sure. Okay, we should wrap up our discussion. Final thoughts. Go ahead, Shane.
I have a question for Greg because I want to make sure that the language shown is what he intended. So as far as what the code official has authority for, right? Is it just for the report to include the location and timestamp, the tested CFM and pressure and the data point used to establish the test results? Or is your intention to also apply that to whether or not the report has to be provided to the building official and the building owner? And then the third part of that sentence is whether or not you want to apply that to they're requiring to be certified from that manufacturer of the equipment. So can you clarify exactly what you want to put in the hands of the code official to have the authority?
I basically want to make everything up to the code. I trust the code officials know what they need. So maybe we should just revise it, just instead of shall be on the, if you're talking about starting at the test report, shall be, just say, revise that to say code official may require. So yeah, so everywhere it says shall be, just say code official may require.
Well, May's not a good word in the code.
Or okay, well,
we don't use may, but
is permitted to. I mean, code officials permitted to require.
That doesn't work.
Yeah. Or maybe it's best just to strike. Would it be simple? What would you recommend, Shane? Would it be better just to say require and leave it and then to strike most of it, or?
So if it were me, the middle sentence I would move to the front of everything, and not, because getting a report to the building owner and code official that's a fundamental thing that shouldn't be up to discretion.
Okay.
And then the question is, because I'm okay with that they should be certified by the manufacturer of the equipment. It doesn't sound like that's a major task, according to Jonathan. So in my opinion, I would also move that up so that where we start talking, to there. And then this last sentence, the only tweak I think that is needed is where it goes on to say shall include the location. It would just say including.
Or to include, maybe.
Or to include, yeah.
I'm good with that modification. Yeah.
So just so that everyone's clear, then this would mean that the report always has to be provided to the building owner and the code official. And it also means that the approved testing agent has to be certified by the manufacturer of the equipment or from the trainer in the building science testing. Those are always requirements. The only thing we're leaving up to the authority of the code official then is just for that criteria in the last sentence. In which case I would support this.
Okay.
I'm
All
good
right.
with that.
Thank you. Larry, are you okay with it? As the second?
Sure, that sounds fine.
Okay, and I just wanted to be clear. So in the integrated draft 402.5.1.2 testing, 512 testing is different than this and has a bunch more language in it. So the point of this proposal is that it doesn't strike anything that's not stricken in the proposal. It's only changing and adding a paragraph to it and striking one sentence in it. Because 405.12 has a lot of stuff under it. Or 402.512 has a bunch of stuff under it, and it's not entirely clear to me what is being modified by the proposal and what is not being modified by the proposal, because there's one sentence stricken out and some other stuff. So okay, so I guess the only thing, the blue stuff's being added, and then one sentence is being stricken, which is about the report. Okay, maybe that's clear enough. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I've got some friendly amendments for the language. Let's see, where are we at this point? The last sentence doesn't make sense as written. I think it should say the code official has the authority to require a report of the test of results from the testing equipment manufacturer. Delete S and software, I think.
The manufacturer, the testing equipment manufacturer is not going to provide the report.
It's the software that's reporting it?
Yes.
So that it needs to say manufacturers, apostrophe S.
Yeah, no E apostrophe S.
Well, it would be There's two R's in manufacturers.
Yeah,
Another
give
R,
add
yeah.
an R and an apostrophe in manufacturers.
Yeah, isn't it the
And then
third sentence?
in the second sentence,
Lower than that, Krista.
Yeah,
sorry,
in
I
the-
almost slow down.
there you go. That's it.
Okay.
So add an R and then an apostrophe. Manufacture. There you go. And then I think the second sentence should say, well, I'll just read it. The approved testing agent shall be certified by the manufacturer of the equipment, or I think you should say shall have a certificate.
Good suggestions, Kevin. Excellent.
Okay. Shailesh.
Yeah, well, does this mean that code official will, when they have this report, or they are required to store the report for a life or some period of time, or they just want to see and do the final approval of the building?
In my experience, usually when you submit something to the code official for as part of a construction package, they store it in the file and it stays for however long they keep everything, which is usually the life of the building. But I mean, it's up to their processes and how they store the records for permitting.
Usually their retention period, which is very rarely the life of the building, it's usually 7 years, I think.
Yeah, but here is they have authority. That means they may or may not exercise all the time.
Okay, go ahead, Anne.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I like this much better than the original proposal, but I really think that just leaving this section alone as is adequate. The IRC under the inspection section has a section R 109.1.5 for other inspections, and it says the building, in addition to inspections in sections R 109.1.1 through 1.4, the building official shall have the authority to make or require any inspections to ascertain the compliance with this code. So I think that the original code has the tools necessary for when this is not being done properly.
Thanks, Anne. You are more than free to vote against this proposal, which would leave it the way it is. And anyone that agrees with that. All right, go ahead, Albert.
I'm in favor of this language. I want to thank everyone for working together and creating it. And I think I hope part of the value is that this new paragraph inserted into draft makes it clear what kind of reports and who's able to do the testing, what certification is required, and that really meets a need in the market, I think. So thank you.
Thanks, Albert. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, in Spokane and the city of the Valley and the county here, we have reports all the way back to 1920 on microfiche over in Eastern at the college over there. So, I mean, if it's even the plans are all on microfiche, and so it would be good to have all that with it together, with the plans. Thank you. Because we have a great archive here in this area.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, we're going to vote on this. The vote is the motion is to approve this as modified. A yes vote would approve this as modified. A no vote would do something else. All in favor of approving this proposal, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, we had a single dissenting vote. Motion is approved. The proposal is approved. Thank you, Jonathan, and everybody for working together on that one. That was 008. That was approved. And we are now on to 026 Hanks. So this one was tabled on 6/13. So Patrick, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I know that this was tabled so that the work group could meet, but the tag has not really been in that favor of it, and I only had limited time for work group meetings this past week, so I prioritized other work groups, so we were not able to meet on this. But I was at the BIW summer board meeting this week and was able to talk with many of our builders and members about a couple specific code things, and this is one that came up. They really prefer the 2024 IECC. They think it will provide a lot more flexibility, a lot more options, and it will be a lot easier to comply with and build under. I've tried to propose as minimal, in this case, no changes to the model code, even though I've made proposals that have been accepted, changes to the model code. I know that there's little things that everybody wanted to change. So in this proposal, I thought we'd just do an unlimited adoption of the ICC. If there's concerns about how it would put us in conjunction with the incremental progress to 70% reduction over the 2006 code, I think that if the tag is willing, this could be moved forward as an option to go to the public comment period. And then we can see if we can get modeling done by PNNL to see how the 2024 IECC falls on that scale, and then look at making minimal amendments to it to bring it in line with that. So thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. And I'm going to say that this would move us pretty far back in terms of energy performance. Go ahead, Krista.
Oh, somebody else is probably going to bring this up too, but this would also be against the statute that we can only make changes to the code if it is more stringent, and this is very definitely taking us backwards. So it would need some considerable amendment to take us up to the same level of stringency as the current code to meet statutory requirements.
Thanks, Krista. Go ahead, Dwayne.
There's a motion to disapprove. It's moving us backwards when we're supposed to be moving forwards, and it here at the very end of this long tag process, there's no time to completely rewrite a code.
Second, this is Greg.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion to disapprove this, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, let's do a roll call vote. Roll call vote. This is the same vote, but I heard at least 2 dissenting votes, so we're going to vote on this again. So a yes is to disapprove, a no is to do something else.
Sorry, my mouse is being unruly here. Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason Garrett,
No.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Brian Russo,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
I don't see, oh, I do see. Kevin, you're here. How do you vote?
Double muted, sorry. No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
Oh,
Ann Anderson,
No.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
motion carries 12-5.
Okay, motion carries 12-5. We are on to the next, the proposal is disapproved. We are on to 019 plumber, and my understanding is Johnny should be back around now. Johnny, are you here?
Hello.
Okay, we are on to 019, and there was an update in the files today. So Johnny, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I met with a working group, discussed a few changes I was discussing from one-on-one conversations I had with folks who had some concerns about the language. I removed some of the requirements that folks had found that was like maybe too onerous on the air conditioning system. So now it's on the air conditioning side, it's only a requirement for duct leakage, duct system leakage to be checked, as well as the vented ceiling leak. And yeah, Greg Johnson did bring up some other alternative amendments to consider that I looked into, but decided not to move forward with. If you want to talk about those, you're welcome to, but yeah.
Johnny, I don't think you mentioned that you've now
What's
made it an option, right? That you could do the heat pump or do the air conditioner with duct leakage test. Is that how it's set up?
That's what it was before too. This is just, they're both options. So you can either do a heat pump or air conditioner plus other requirements. That's how it was before. It's just the other requirements has been reduced to a few. And if you scroll later on in the document, it shows like what it looks like as a clean version. I'm not sure if that's actually there, but I sent in two versions. One that's like a clean copy. Do you have that, Krista?
I'm looking, hang on.
No worries. But yeah, here to answer any questions about it.
And this basically, the intent is when you replace an air conditioning unit under some very specific conditions, you have a couple of options. One is to have the air conditioning unit also provide some amount of heating size to the air conditioning load.
Yes.
Or do a few other things.
Yes.
That's okay. Just wanted a summary for everybody.
Thank you. Sorry.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I got a couple of concerns with this. One is if it's good for air conditioners, wouldn't it be good for heat pumps? That is, shouldn't they both do the same level of system upgrade to save energy? Also, since it would be a heat pump that could get by with less of an upgrade, and yet it's providing heating and cooling energy, I think you'd want to do the system upgrade. I'm also hearkening to a regional technical forum presentation a few years ago where they strongly recommended that electrification efforts be coupled with envelope upgrades, and that electrification alone is not a good way to go. They strongly recommended against that. It seems like this is a less stringent pathway for heat pumps, but a more stringent pathway for air conditioners, and envelope upgrade should be for both. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, the items that Johnny had referenced that I suggested for consideration, I'll just go through real quick. One was providing an exception for failing units requiring immediate replacement when the suitable product is not stocked in the Northwest. So you don't want to have a situation where in the mid of summer, and they have a failed air conditioner, and now they have to wait because it's not stocked. How often that gets used, I'm not sure, because I mean we do have good stocking, but having a exception like that would be very valuable. The second exception would be, so one thing to note is your AC only units are more efficient in cooling than your heat pumps that do heating and cooling. And so the presupposition here is that you're okay with trading off a little less efficiency on cooling because you're going to provide a new heating source that hopefully the customer or the resident is going to use in lieu of what they are doing, and you're hoping that this new heating system is going to be more efficient. But what happens if you have situations where you don't have heating? A good example would be maybe a person's workshop. Maybe they just need cooling in the summer, but they don't actually use it in the winter, and they don't
Are you
really have.
suggesting like an exception for where no heating is provided to the space or something?
Exactly, no heating, and then also you may want to consider it of, or maybe if they have a heating system that's above a certain efficiency already, so then maybe the additional efficiency you're getting is not, you're not helping, because you don't want to make energy usage worse. And then the third exception I think I suggested was, it's important to put the when the minimum circuit capacity of the new unit, if it exceeds that of the existing units replacing. And for the most part, that shouldn't come into play for most often, because typically you're looking at the same size unit. Where that would come into play would be if someone were to have an AC only unit and they want to replace it with a cold weather heat pump. So your cold weather heat pumps might actually draw more electricity, and then that would require that you're actually going to redo all the electrical for the unit. So that might be one where you would say we're not going to require it for that. So those were the three suggested exceptions I had thrown out.
Thanks, Greg. And Johnny had some reason for not including those in here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I could see maybe on the heating side, I had a general assumption that, especially in the state of Washington with like residential homes, that that would be such an extreme outlier case that you would have a facility that doesn't heat but would cool. It seems like an extreme outlier case. That I just wasn't, I didn't want to risk putting an exception there in case it was tried to be exploited. I don't know how we would, the distributor, I tried looking for the commercial language because Greg mentioned that a similar provision was added in the commercial provision. I was unable to find the updated version of the commercial AC to heat pump proposal that had that.
Krista would have it if she wants to pull that up. I mean, it's on Nick O'Neill's is on the commercial side. Nick O'Neill had the proposal on the replacing the packaged rooftop units.
Yeah, I looked on the, so I didn't email Krista for the most updated version of it. I did look on the latest posted commercial tag, and I don't think that latest revision was on there because that was before the latest commercial tag meeting, which that was voted on. So I didn't have that, but in retrospect, I'm like when thinking about it, I have concerns like how would we like verify that? Like how do you verify? Like what's the verification process for a retailer saying that they don't have heat pumps in stock?
I think the applicant would say, I can't find it, and the code official could push back on that or not push back on that, as that'd be my guess of compliance with that. It is in the commercial code, and commercial units are probably going to be different than what we're talking about here. But I think it said something like, is not available in Washington State or something like that.
It was the Northwest because it was covered more than just that. And I think it was proposal, was it 209? Yeah, it was proposal 209 of the commercial.
Okay, and that's something that could be added in the MVP committee, for example.
I'm happy to, if the tag wants to move that direction, I'm happy to follow their lead and include similar language from the commercial side. And then on the electric upgrade, like panel exception, it's size for cooling load, an AC system size for cooling load should have the same electrical requirements.
That would seem to make sense. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I just wanted to convey that I was needling Johnny about where the cost information came from this, and it hadn't been clear to me that the assumption is that the furnace would be replaced with a dual fuel heat pump, so an electric heat pump with gas backup in this case, and that would mean that all the controls would be integral to the unit itself, and that the cost comparison was just replacing the air conditioner only in a central system with the cost of installing the dual fuel heat pump.
Could you say that again, Dwayne?
Yeah, could you say that again? I'm not sure if that's correct.
My understanding of what you told me was that the cost basis for this assumed that a dual fuel heat pump was going to go in to replace the
existing furnace remains.
No,
and you're adding a heat pump.
No, you're adding a dual fuel heat pump, which means that it's got an integral furnace in it. But
no,
I'd been trying to figure out how are you going to control the interface between a heat pump and a gas furnace separately, and what would that cost? And that's not going to happen.
Well, that's what this is. So you should have reservations then, because this is the existing furnace remains. The air conditioner is replaced with an electric heat pump. So you have a heat pump as the first stage of heating, and then you have a furnace that exists, that's currently there, connected to the air handler.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it would not be putting in an integrated gas heater into.
Okay, I misunderstood what you were telling me then. So I still then am completely unresolved about what kind of control system you would have to make sure that these two weren't fighting each other or causing other problems in the system.
Well, I'm glad that we've gained clarification on at least what I don't know what this is trying to do, Dwayne. I'm sorry to hear that you still have issues. Okay, let's hear what other people say.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, my understanding is that, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
I hear you.
My understanding is that heat pumps and air conditioners in terms of cooling have pretty much the same efficiency. So the added cost and construction and requirements here, I don't think outweigh any margin of error difference in energy efficiency. And I think if somebody already has a working gas furnace, then require them to put in a different heating system that they don't need is just unnecessary costs and materials. So I'm not in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Larry.
I'll start listing the reasons why you don't want to do this. First off, a lot of people in the Spokane area, we heat with gas, with hydronics, with radiant baseboard. In fact, it was the predominant heat during the 50s and 60s over here. and early 70s. And so what air conditioning came along and they threw the air conditioning in the attic. So now those homes have very limited amount of insulation on these systems. And so now we would require them to put a heat pump up there in the attic. And so we only air condition about 20% out of the year here. And so we pay a little penalty for that up there in the attic, but at least the people have some cooling. So now we're going to put it in the attic and we're going to pay a penalty when it gets zero out, that we're going to be heating this place, probably not at zero, but probably at 35 or 40 degrees. We're going to be paying a big penalty for the loss of heat, that we're going to be excluding out those ducts that were built in the early 50s or 60s, excuse me. And now you're going to make people pay for that. Okay. So we're going to have energy 80% of the year just melting off the ice, causing ice dams early on, if the heat pump can go that low to begin with.
So Larry, just to be clear, the heat pump is sized for only cooling?
Right, I understand that, but
Okay.
you're going to run it as deep as you can. Okay, maybe it won't get to the snow level, but then on top of it is then we have a lot of air conditioners out here that are package units on the side of the homes. Okay, so we've got a packaged unit that sits on the side of the home and it ducts underneath into the crawl space. So what are we going to do? We're going to make them change that to a heat pump gas. There's only one brand that I know that even sells that, and that's Train. Okay. And so the Train company, the last time I looked, it's 9 months to get something like that. Okay. And I don't know if they have side discharge ones. They might only have downflow ones. Okay. So you set this package unit on the side of a crawl space and then they just duct it right in. That's real predominantly done in the Deer Park area and a lot of places up north. So what are you going to do? Make those people wait? Okay. It's not good. I do give people options. And because what I tell them is if you would like a heat pump, we could save some money for running the thing, but we've got to redo the ductwork up in the attic and we got to re-insulate it. And then when you give them that price tag, they don't want to even hear about it, because the only thing they're thinking about is air conditioning, because these people love hydronic heat. They love the feeling of hydronic heat. And there's a huge difference from heat pump heat and hydronic heat. And they'll, most of the time I say, turn your air conditioner just on the fan and see how you'd like to feel that heat. And they don't
Larry,
like it.
Larry, if I am totally down to discuss like specific exceptions that want to be added to this.
Yeah,
If there's a particular issue,
but to
like,
just to
and
blanketly do this, I think is totally
then let's
wrong.
talk about exceptions.
Yeah, but
If like you bring up
then
like
we
you
got
bring
the
up good points,
wire
then
issue.
we should include an
We got
exception. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, so let me at least explain. So for an air conditioner, we have a 2-conductor going out to the outdoor unit. For a heat pump, we have a 5-conductor, at least. Okay, and so most of these places are all finished. Okay, so then that means we got to go to a red link system. So we just dropped $700-800 there to go to a red link system so you can control the thing. Okay, and so I mean you're adding a lot of cost here for a person that just wants the air conditioning, and I would be against this, because most of us out in the field that are selling this stuff, most of us give the customer the options to do what they want to do. And this is mandating to them and they're not gonna like it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Albert.
Thanks, Larry. Love hydronic heating myself. Really, if they want to just stay with AC, line one exception, do the duct leakage, replace the AC, on you go with life. All good, man. I don't believe that the no heat option or the no heat situation is really anything that needs to be addressed. I think it's an extreme outlier, and more likely there's another source of heat that's an independent system. So I don't think there's really anything to worry about. I appreciate the dialogue. It's always interesting to look at these things. And as far as MCOP, in a cold climate switch where you're wired for AC, again, if it's AC, it's probably not original primary heating, doesn't necessarily have to be primary heating, don't have to go with a cold climate. And so might be able to find something that fits within that existing MCOP. I like this proposal. I think it's now down to a simple exception pathway, and so I'm gonna vote. If we don't already have a motion, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt. And other than that, I'll just yield the floor so somebody else can talk.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the proposal. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Deepa. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, I just want to address Dwayne's question around control. In 503, it does reference that new heating and cooling systems must comply with section 403. You go to section 403.1.2 around heat pump supplementary heat. It does spell out specifically how supplemental heaters are controlled and how the auxiliary heat lockout controls are set at 35 degrees. It specifically calls out like how you would have two systems integrated together like this. If I have a misunderstanding of that, that was why I didn't include anything further, because it's already included in 403.1.2. Please correct me, but that's the reason why I don't think anything else is needed on that section. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Okay. We have a proposal. We have a motion to approve it. I see no more hands up. Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this. A yes vote is to approve 019 as written. I don't think we made any modifications today. So it's to approve it as written. A no vote would be to do something else with it.
Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
Abstain.
Dwayne Johnson,
Abstain.
Jason Garrett,
Abstain.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Brian Russo,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Ann Anderson,
No.
Tom Balderson,
Yes.
Shane Nellis, looks like Shane has left the building. Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
motion carries 7-4 with 5 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank
We
you.
are done with the miscellaneous proposals. We're now on to R406. So we will get to that. The first two are Larry Andrews. So Larry, you have the floor.
So it's first one. Let's get it opened up here. I'm advocating for reducing the glazing. I think that's all 405. Let me make sure. Yeah. Down to 18%. And we would give a credit. I think we're given a half credit for it. Is that? Excuse me. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the right one here. Right here. Yeah. So we reduced the glass to 18% or egress window size for an outside wall. And what I'm saying is that doesn't mean you can not use it on one wall and then use more on another wall. You either use it or lose it on a wall. And we give one credit for that. The glass is one of the worst insulators we have. And by reducing the amount, this gives you, I mean, a reasonable amount of glass, and you have the option. And when you look at how much glass is being put into a lot of these homes, it's one of the largest losses we have. And so people that could live with less glass, I think should be rewarded and give them a point, because they're going to use less energy, a lot less energy, and it's well worth a point. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
So I was just going to ask, I mean, right now they can use the UA calculation, and by putting in less glass, they can get a point for that already by just the UA. I do see, though, I mean, your proposal does bring up, we don't have a UA percentage reduction for 1.1 for the half credit in between. I mean, I think they can already get the full credit by doing that. But like, should we have a reduce for 1.1, reduce a UA by, and I don't know what percentage the equivalent is for that. Maybe it's 5% or 10% for option 1.1.
But I also reduced the glass to 2.2. So
well,
and that helps immensely too. Okay.
Well, they can get that in option 1.2. So 1.2, they can, if they just do a UA calculation for what the 18% of 2.2, and they can get the credit right there. So because at the top part says on 1.2 says you can do the prescriptive requirement, which is fenestration of 0.25, your floor R28, blah, blah, or you can reduce your total conductive UA by 15%. So you can run through a calculation of what 15% reduction is, and that's a combination of your U values, your R values for walls, and also the percentage of glass versus the percentage of non-glass.
So Greg, you're suggesting a modification of the proposal, or you're suggesting that you can already get these credits other ways?
I'm suggesting that we might be able, unless I'm missing something, I'm asking, am I mistaken in that you can already get these credits otherwise? And then the second fold was maybe as an alternative, we need to add a UA value under option 1.1 and do the same. And that's somewhere around, what is it, 5%, 10%? I don't know. I didn't do the math, but, or maybe it's 7.5%. I guess it would probably be a 7.5% UA reduction for 1.1.
Yeah,
I'm having a vague recollection that we're limited to about 15% window to wall ratio already, but I'm not I don't know where in the code that is.
I
That's
mean,
some-
we got these at 45 and 50% in these homes. And we're allowing it to happen. And as long as they want to pay the penalty, I guess that's fine. But I'm trying to get something simplistic here that someone could say, hey, I've got these numbers. I'm only going to put 18% glass. I'm going to get a point for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm unless I'm misunderstanding something here, I'm opposed to this because it seems to be offering a half credit for anything less than 18% glazing, which would include the great majority of houses have 18% or less glazing. So it's just giving away a half credit for what people are in most cases doing already.
Okay, question for the tag. Is there any current limitation on glazing percentage in the code other than the R405 path?
No, we got rid of that back in 2009 or something.
Well, there's no limit in the R value pathway, but in the U value pathway, if you comply with each U value, but as soon as you do the UA trade-off calculation, then your baseline is limited to 15%.
Right.
Okay, so in the R value path, you could have a 50% glazed home.
Yes, you can. As long as you meet prescriptive, you can have a 80% glazed home.
Well, that maybe that's how what Larry is seeing is happening. I mean, it could be.
I've been looking at all these homes around here, and I'm seeing all the glass that's getting put in, and I don't know. What I'm just seeing is just massive energy losses going out the window, massive. And then when you look in the architect manuals, they're showing the greatest American homes, floor to ceiling glass, and I've shown that. And that's not what we should be trying to target here. We should be trying to embrace good glass, because if we keep use better glass, smaller percentage, less cost. You see what I mean? So you're getting rewarded for using less glass and better glass, and we're cutting energy cost, energy usage.
So is there any appetite then for having a credit for limiting the R value path of glazing, which would then mean both the U value and the R value path would be limited? That's what I'm wondering based on what I heard.
That would be a whole new proposal that would need extensive analysis like that. I could see a negative credit for having some extreme amount of gas, but not giving a positive credit for what for what most houses are doing already, because that just rolls us backwards overall.
Okay. All right. Easy E.
Oh, hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, my son uses this computer.
Okay.
This is Eric Lacey from Responsible Energy Codes Alliance. We're opposed to this proposal too, for some of the reasons that Dwayne mentioned. I'll just point out that Oregon, for one code change or one code cycle, did give a credit for low glazing area homes in their version of the credits table, but they took it out the next cycle because they found that builders were just getting free credit here for something that they didn't have to alter their building plans to do. Basically, if the plans already had less than the percentage glazing, they took the credit. If the plans didn't, they just ignored it and they did something else. But it wasn't causing anybody to actually reduce the amount of glazing. And so, I don't think it's a good idea to include this in a credits table. I hope you disapprove it. Thank you.
Looks like Joe
Yeah,
dropped
go
off.
ahead.
Joe,
Go ahead, Tom.
Oh yeah, I'm totally with you on this one, Larry. It's the only measure that that actually saves money and saves a lot of energy at the same time. But within that, I'm wondering, the prescriptive table, item 1.1 was probably analyzed to give one half credit, and it was based on a glass area, is my guess. And that, I don't know what that number is, but if that's 18%, and most builders are already doing that, I would personally argue that we're in urban areas, the modern style is getting more and more popular, and more average glass areas are creeping upwards. But it might be what you need to do is to take away the half credit if they have more than 25% glazing. And I would also support having a different prescriptive table for people with 40% glass. Because I think it's absolutely an area of huge energy savings. Thanks.
Yeah, and we don't have such a proposal in front of us, unfortunately. All right, go ahead, Jonathan.
Mine's just a point of clarification. The 2021 code has a 15% glazing restriction in the UA and the 405.2 pathway. The code that you are currently reviewing in front of you no longer has a 15% glazing restriction in the UA calculation. It was removed with the adoption of the new UA calculation this code cycle. But the modeling pathway does still have a 15% restriction in the 405.2, but there is not a 15% restriction in the UA calculation for the 2024 code.
Really? Why did that get taken out?
It was the new language that was proposed and adopted. I believe Dwayne was the proponent for that proposal.
Do you have a recollection of that, Dwayne?
This is just adopting the IECC language and their simplified calculation for the UA.
So it was an integrated draft update?
Yes.
Okay, that seems like a miss.
Yeah, that seems pretty important, that if we don't limit glass area at all anymore, that seems like a big change.
We haven't in Washington State for a long time. Except, like you're saying, if you're
Except
doing
in that UA calc.
Or, yeah.
And a lot of builders are complying using that calc, and they are penalized for the glass area. As they should be.
As they should be. Yeah. Yep. It is a huge energy loss in summer and winter, or a huge energy penalty in summer and winter when you have lots of glass. Go ahead, Kevin.
Oh yeah, I'm just about to step away for the rest of the meeting, and my alternate will take it up from here.
Okay, thanks. Kevin.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to mention the same thing Jonathan did, so I should have put my hand down. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, we have a proposal in front of us. We have no motion on it yet. Anybody want to make a motion on it?
Motion to disapprove.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove and a second.
Who was the second?
Albert.
Thank you.
Good direction.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this one. This is, the motion is to disapprove this proposal. Let's do a roll call. A yes vote is to disapprove it. A no vote is to do something else.
Yeah, we don't want me to restart here.
No.
Okay, Julie Blazek.
No.
Nate Geller,
Yes.
Wayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason Garrett,
No.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Abstain.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Brian Russo,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
This is Elizabeth Torsky, his alternate. No.
short memory. Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Ann Anderson,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Shane Nellis is not here. Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarajan.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-6 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. This proposal is disapproved by the tag. We are off to the next one, 043, which is also a Larry Andrews proposal for 406.
Right. So I'm giving for, we got furnaces now that I tried to, was going to go 99%, but they are there. We are shooting 99. So AFU's greater than 97% with variable capacities and variable speed blowers. I'm asking for 2 credits. And most of the 97% furnaces out there with their, they will shoot at nearly 99%. So there's very little carbon footprint coming out of these furnaces. And in fact, when they go to low fire, there is none. Okay. And that's what we should be encouraging is manufacturers trying to get to 100% because it's coming. It's down the road. We're already shooting combustions at 100% and there's no exhaust coming out at all. Okay. And so I went with boilers with variable capacities at 95%. And then all the pumps, ECM pumps, they'd have to have ECM pumps. And on that pumping energy, we can save half of the energy with the pumps going to ECM pumps, and the price of them are coming down. So they are somewhat affordable from where they were. I mean, they used to be $300 or $400 for a small pump. And now we're seeing them drop down into about the $225 range. And so, so with the variable capacity blowers, so we have a boiler that's can range from 14,000 BTU input anywhere to 120,000 input. And so why is that an advantage in a boiler? The reason why is if once we start going into the heating system, we never want to shut the boiler off. We want to maintain what we're losing out the wall by putting in. And the boilers are doing a better job of doing that. We're with 14,000 BTU input on a like 120,000 BTU boiler, that boiler would probably rarely shut off. And the advantage for that is every time that boiler has to grab air for a pre-purge, and then it has to exhaust on a post-purge. Okay. And what we're doing is we're saving energy because that heat exchanger isn't exhausting energy outside. Okay. And to give you an idea, we had a house that we did that had a radiant heat, radiant tubing, and the customer asked me, I want to have the house to be able to heat it at 0, and I want to have the 80-gallon hot water heater to match. And so when we sized it and did all that, the guy had a propane bill of almost 800 a month. Okay. And so when he got his 800 a month propane bill, he says, oh, well, I said, I told you that. And he says, yeah, but I didn't think it'd be that much. So what we ended up doing was we were able to get that boiler. The boiler was, I think, a 225,000 BTU boiler. And I was able to work with the manufacturer. We
All
actually
right, Larry,
pulled almost.
I'm just
This is
time
important.
and-
This is important, Shell. So
Okay.
we were able to take almost all the burners out of the boiler. Okay. We had 3 burners left. I think there was 10 or 12 burners in the boiler. And through the manufacturer, we worked with them. So we went from an $800 a month bill down to a $180 a month bill. So that told us, by sizing the equipment to meet the load, how much savings we have. And back then we didn't have variable speed equipment, but now we do. And we should be encouraging its use because it matches the load and cuts our costs. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I have a couple questions. One is, so we have a system type 3.1, which has an AFUE of 95%, and we get 1 credit for that. And then we also have a system type for a gas heat pump, which is 1.5 credits for a UEF of 1.15. So it seems like this would of course be less than 100% efficient. So it'd be less than the gas-fired heat pump, but 1.5 credits for 115% efficiency. And I'm wondering if there's any room for credits between the system for 3.1, which is 95% efficient, which gets you 1 credit, and the next increment up would be 1.5 credits for a gas-fired heat pump, which is obviously much more efficient than what you're saying here. So I'm just wondering if there's any room in the credit table between 1 and 1.5 for this,
But
or if you're suggesting something else.
Here's the problem I see, Shell. We're not recognizing with our credit tables variable speed equipment. And that's where we're going to save a lot more energy. Okay. You got to remember, in order to get that, they have to run 9.5 minutes to get to this level of efficiency. Okay. That's part of the test. Okay. So you're giving them 1 credit for 90%. But what I'm saying is we need to give us some credit for this modulating equipment. And on top of it, they have to have the ECM motor. Okay. Because you can buy 90% equipment with PSC motors, and we're not really saving. So if you don't want to give 2, but can we get a credit and a half? Because we're saving a lot of energy here. We're probably saving, I would say, at least 20% over a standard 90% unit, because you're not cycling it on and off. Okay. And it doesn't show that by the 5% because that's not relative. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm going to move to disapprove. This gives 2 credits for a 97% efficient gas furnace with variable speed fan, which is the same credit available for a 270% efficient ductless split system heat pump with no electric resistance heating and an HSPF2 of 9. So it's completely out of whack. And as you've mentioned, we already have other credits in for higher performing gas equipment. So motion to disapprove.
Second.
Here we have a motion, we have a second. Go ahead, Dave Balon.
Well, it's sort of moot, but Larry's right. He gets more savings than we would have gotten from our 95% furnace. the 95% of furnace gets about a 92% combustion efficiency. The rest of the numbers are from the more efficient fans and induction motors, much more efficient actually. And that's true of also the 97. It's mostly in better fans. The fact is, however, that the best you can do with 1.0 efficiency is less than 3%, is less than half of less than 3% of the entire heating system. But these credits are based on the entire energy use of the house. So this is like maybe would scare 1%. And so at this point, it's true. Larry's right. You save energy relative to this 90% furnace, which we barely get anyway anymore. But it's also true that we are not getting anything resembling the kind of points that he's advocating here.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I hear you saying in addition that proper sizing is one of the biggest means of achieving savings, and that's not addressed in the proposal, but isn't that already addressed in other parts of the code? That's my question. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, we have a motion to disapprove this proposal. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed? say
Yes.
no. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, I heard one dissension. Motion passes. 043 is disapproved. We are on to the next proposal, which is Johnson. So I believe this, Greg, you have the floor.
Yeah, it just takes me a second. So this was submitted back when I-2066 before the initial court ruling, and so this was just merely providing a adjustment for compliance with I-2066. So that was what the purpose was for submitting this, and we're unknown with I-2066 what's going to happen. So if you think that I-2066 might come back into play, then this is worth accepting. If you don't, then do what you see fit.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Tom. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, be a motion to disapprove. I never did find Spokane County Ordinance 250139, but for the moment, 2066 doesn't exist, and we'll have to go back and modify a lot of things in the code if it comes back into play later. So, motion to disapprove.
And I'd be happy to provide you a PDF copy of the ordinance if you want to see it. And you're right, Dwayne, just note was those numbers were taken straight from Spokane County. And so I was just relying on their numbers for that.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second. This is Greg.
Okay, we have a second from Greg and Puppy. Okay, so the motion is to disapprove this proposal. All in favor of the motion to disapprove, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, motion passes. 006 is disapproved. We are on to 044 Andrews. Larry, you have the floor.
So this is a proposal about ground loop source heating pump systems.
Larry, you're kind of quiet right now. You were fine a minute ago, but now you're kind
Oh,
of.
is that better?
That's better, yeah.
I'm
Thanks.
sorry. this is a proposal to give some credits for ground loop heating system. And so with the co-ops of 3.85 field design, and the minimum field design not below 36 degrees. So that means you have to put more field in to maintain that 36 degrees coming back. Or open loop systems with a 3.85. I'm asking for 2.5 credits here to give credit for credits due. And so why give them extra credit? Because these type of heat pumps, they are consistently at that 3.85. They don't vary. They don't vary because the outside temperature doesn't change, because they're in the ground. Okay. And if we keep our ground temperature above 36, we can maintain that 3.85 efficiency all the time at the same capacity. Okay. That's the key. They maintain the same capacity, where your outdoor air heat pumps do not do that. They don't even come close to this level of capacity. And that's why I'm asking, there's a lot more cost for doing this, but when it's done right, it's extremely efficient. And, but it does cost more, but we need to encourage people to do this. Thank you.
Yep, Larry, and just to be clear, so there's a 3.4 already, that's 1.5 credits. And you're suggesting that if the COP of the ground source heat pump system is higher, 3.85 instead of 3.3, that we get another half credit for it, and it's worth 2 total credits.
And the other thing though, Shell, that's really important is keeping the loop temperature up above 36 degrees. Because once we drop the loop below 32 degrees, we're freezing the ground. And there's a lot of systems being put in like that. So we want to keep that loop temperature in the ground above 36 so we're not freezing the ground. None of that is in your your stuff there. And it is extremely important to pick up efficiency.
Thanks, Larry. Dwayne.
You're going to be shocked, Larry, but I'd like to move to approve this. I think the 1.5 credits was, for some reason, was way underdone. And this also has tremendous advantages for the grid in winter when it gets super cold in Spokane or out on the Palouse somewhere. When it's 100 feet down under the ground, they don't care, and you can heat just as consistently. So motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to approve in a second. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, it sounds like the intention is to set this as a 2 credit measure. I think for single family, is there any guidance, preferably backup for the group R2 side, which is currently set at 2? Are there any considerations there that are unique that would lead to something other than also incrementing that one by a half a credit is, I guess, what I'm asking.
I was asking for 2.5 credits. That's what I was asking for.
Well, right now the proposal says 2.
Mine says 2.5, the one I sent in to you.
No.
So I don't know.
Larry, the one you sent in is on the screen and it clearly says 2.
And one in my book is 2.5. So I don't know how that got there.
You could make that a public comment later.
Okay.
I have the original one in front of me and it says 2.5.
What's the original one?
Like when it all first came out, all of the,
right.
Yeah.
So I don't know how
your
it
revised one went down to 2? Let me find.
And then I guess while Chris is looking, so the question was just about R2, group R2, because right now group R2 for 3.4, you get 1 credit. So if the incremental improvement of going to a COP of 3.85 was going from 1.5 to 2 credits, or 1.5 to 2.5 perhaps, would you do the same improvements? You'd get an extra 1 credit, or a total of 2 credits then for group R2?
I was trying to make it the same because I felt that the efficiency you get off it would be the same, and
Yeah.
you know, so that's why I did it. I mean,
I would consider that part of my motion to provide 2 credits also for multifamily.
Thank you.
Are we going back to 2.5 as in the original and instead of the revised one that had 2?
Well, I made a motion on the basis of 2 credits, but Albert, do you have some insight?
Well, thanks. Putting these loops in is not inexpensive, right? And so I'm actually really supportive of colder climates going to the expense of putting in a properly managed loop. 2.5 is a nice cost offset for single family. Multifamily has got a little more asset value to spread the cost over. Once you got to make a bigger hole, longer line, but the cost is really getting the equipment in there and getting started. So I would be open to a 2.5 if there was that possibility.
Yeah, there's definitely that possibility. And go ahead, Dave Balon.
Yeah, I mean, Larry's mostly right about what he's doing here. The one thing worries me more than anything else is the open loop one. Open loop means that you're running some sort of an exchanger in a body of water. Either you're using the water itself, or you're using it out of a body of water, or you're using an exchanger in the lake. That has difficulty because it doesn't see the kind of consistent temperature that the ground loop has. Larry's right about that. And 385 is definitely something that it's a little optimistic, but it isn't terrible. But 385 in an open loop is really a really debatable point. You seldom get that kind of consistency, and you might always get some difficulty with maintaining the minimum return temperature.
Dave,
Yes.
I'm thinking here in the Spokane area. So
I know, I'm thinking that too.
We go 100 feet down tops,
Uh-oh.
and we've got 50. Maybe what we should do is limit it to 100 feet of because then your pumping capacity is way down. That's what this is based off of. This it's that we limit it to 100 feet. We have.
Oh no,
really,
I think
really
you're
good
right
water.
about all that. It's the open loop, which is now some kind of open loop in a body of water typically, or surface water.
Would have a varying depth, so you don't really know what the actual heat sink is.
Exactly.
Okay, but what I'm talking about is in Spokane, 100 feet, we've got the world's largest aquifer underneath us. Okay, the water is always at 50 degrees. Okay, you can drill anywhere throughout the Spokane Valley down through Long Lake at 100 foot, and you can get 1,000 gallons a minute if you want at 50 degrees. It doesn't vary. It's actually better than the closed loop system, okay, at 100 feet. And I think what we would want to do is put 100 feet maximum depth. And I wasn't thinking ponds, Dave. I wasn't thinking about ponds. I was thinking of what we have here in the Spokane area with the aquifer that we live on.
That was also I
agree
as well, Dave, that when they talked about open loop, they're talking about pulling water out of the aquifer down below, not
it's a dump system.
It's done both ways. So I'm willing to say yes. Well, if you can get a minimum pumping hydraulic head of 100 feet, that's fine. But maximum, I'm not so concerned about that. If there is a maximum at all, it maybe 50 feet would be a better guess. I don't know what the aquifer is in Spokane, but 100 feet is definitely enough. But it's not the maximum; it's the minimum. Minimum might be 50 feet or even 40 feet. most of the argument you're making works okay at those kind of depths.
Okay, I want us to
Rep-
look at 3.4, the language of 3.4 that's on the right side of the screen. There's a couple of points that I think are salient. One is there's the maximum pumping hydraulic head of 150 feet. And it seems like it would want to be consistent between those two credits, 3.4 and the one we're considering right now. I also see that you need a COP of 3.3 for a closed loop ground source heat pump to get the credit, or a max or a minimum COP of 3.6 to get the same amount of credit for an open loop system. So I just want everybody to be aware of those numbers, because if we're now giving a bunch more credit, we should do it in relationship to those numbers, and so that we're being consistent.
Chilled, aren't we saying 385 for the ground source loop?
Yes, but it also says 385.
3.3, but 3.85.
Yeah, so the ground source goes from 3.3 to 3.85.
Right.
In the open loop, in the same credit increment, is going from 3.6 to 3.85.
Right.
So that's not as much of an efficiency.
And hydraulic head, yeah, well.
I just want us to
Right.
relate those two credits to each other.
Dave, do you think that the existing 1.5 credits for a ground source system is appropriate? Because my hunch was that was
No, it's like, because we were using 3.3 at that point, and there was, evidence that 3.3 was what we were seeing in the stuff that was being done at the time. This is like, I don't remember when, 15 years ago. But that's probably, what Larry's saying is if we can get COP 385, is that worth 1 point? Is that worth 2? Yeah, probably is. I don't remember how the open loop was calculated. I thought I remembered it being taken from open water, and it was probably open water in zone 1, but I don't remember that for sure. At this point, if it's essentially where you have to go down 100 feet, say, or 50 feet to get to the water that you're going to use, and then you want to just pump and dump, I'm not sure that's a great plan, but it probably is worth the 385 there too.
Okay, and these could all be updated later.
Yeah.
If we approve this today.
So what I was trying to do is make another, not to remove what we have, but to add another one. And I think it's important to have that temperature, Dave, on the field, not to go below that 36 degrees. See?
Yeah. No,
okay.
I think that's more or less standard practice at this point. Almost everybody has been hit with the freezing problem, and it does more or less completely ruin
it ruins it. Okay. But you get the people that just put the sleekies out in the ditch, and you got to have tube to soil relationship in order to get these kind of COPs.
Right. So I think that using these depths that you're talking about here is the answer to getting that to happen. So, and as far as the difference between the multifamily and the single family, that's not so much because of the relative efficiency of the equipment. It's because the amount of heating as a function of the total energy use of the R2, where there's a lot less heating per square foot of dwelling because of the common walls. That's what causes that to be a 0.5 point less. And I think it still should be a 0.5 point less. And it's fine with me if it's 2.0 for R2 and 2.5 for single family.
Okay, great. We have some language in front of us. And I'm assuming the language is friendly, Dwayne?
Yeah, so I think we're talking 2.5 and 2.0 now.
Yes. So it says 2.5 for open and closed loops, ground source heat pumps, and and 2.0 for the R2.
Yes, let's vote.
Okay, go ahead, Greg.
Friendly amendment, right in the middle, right after it says the word or, so it says or open loop source heat pump. To say or, so right after the word or, add in groundwater, because it's important to differentiate. This is for groundwater that we're doing the open source loop, not surface water.
That's a friendly amendment. Yes.
The point is that if you have to go down, that's why I wanted the minimum depth, because you can't get surface water at, I mean, if you're going to go down to 50 feet, you're going to be below surface water. So,
okay.
And if it's in there, and I don't know if it is in there, is it in there anywhere? Oh, see, this is the maximum pumping hydraulic head. I think it should be a minimum pumping hydraulic head of 50 feet.
I think we should have both in there, Dave. I think we should limit that a minimum of 50 feet, but not over, the deeper we get. It depends on where, if you have a well though,
Larry,
you might have the pump down at 150 feet, but if the water doesn't in the well drop down, you're pumping from where the water level is in the hole.
Larry, are you just worried about pump energy?
Yeah, pump energy. I don't want to get 300 feet because.
Sorry, I'll yield the floor.
Okay.
Okay. I think we also want, so people can't take this one and the other one, right? You can't take them both together. So there'd be a footnote somewhere saying you can't take.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Yes.
I think I want the minimum pumping hydraulic head to be less than 100 feet. I don't see any reason why we need to be that much, be down that much for minimum. So if all we're going to do is minimum, we should probably make that 50 feet.
Good.
Okay. I want to hear from
The
Greg.
maximum is going to be whatever the maximum needs to be in the water table.
So one thing to just note, and I mean, this is an important thing just to note, but it may not change what we do, is you do have to get if you're going to exchange an open loop system with the aquifer, you're going to have to get approval from, and I don't know if you're going to, if people will get the approval.
It's non-trivial.
Yeah, that's a non-trivial thing. So that's likely not, I don't see that happening. So I don't see people being able to do that. And then to everyone else's comments, I mean, I think this is totally great that we're adding credit for this stuff, but these systems are expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Like I got a quote for putting in now it was the premium system, but it was $100,000 for drilling 2 wells 50 feet apart and putting in. Now, given that was a water furnace unit, and $40,000 just for the heat pump appliance itself. And obviously I balked and said, no way.
We're just providing options for people, Greg.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
There's a group
the
called
question, Greg,
Dandelion
really is,
Energy
did you
that's
do
doing
it?
this for lower costs. So
Yeah.
it's a great way to do it. Go ahead, Larry.
Ecology has been allowing non-compensative use permits. It takes about a year to get the permit.
Right.
And I haven't had any problems getting the permit as long as we're pumping in the same aquifer and dumping back into the same, because we're not using any water. We're just taking the heat off it. Thank you.
Larry?
It's definitely something you need to know about, but that's.
Yeah, you don't want to do it without getting the permit.
Yep. All right. So we are going to vote on this thing. We have a motion to approve this as modified. And a second.
So motions.
What was that?
Albert, so motions.
Oh, we have that motion already.
Yes, there you go.
Yep. All right. All in favor of approval, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion is approved. We have 10 minutes left. So Patrick, if you are here, we can consider 032, which is your next one.
Patrick, that's another one that I co-authored. You want me to take that one?
Yeah, please. Whoever wants to
Go
take
for it, Ann.
Okay. All right. wall insulation is another item that I think should align with the 2024 model code because of what happened in the 2021 code cycle. The 2021 code changed from R value table, changed the R value tables from R21 to R20 plus 5, and also changed the U factor from U of 0.06 to 0.045. Going to this level of insulation doesn't make economic sense for our climate zones. This has a payback of 103 years for climate zone 4. In the 2024 model code, okay, it did not change the R values or the U factors in the tables, but it did add in a section R408.2.9 specifically for opaque walls in climate zones 4 and 5. And so what I have done is I've taken this section and turned it into R406.3.1 to align with our code format and credit system. And one of the more important things perhaps is to point out that legislation recognizes that when you put in a more efficient space heater, then you should gain flexibility in design. RCW 19.27A sections 2B and C says the Washington State Energy Code shall be designed to B, require new buildings to meet a certain level of energy efficiency, but allow flexibility in building design, construction, and heating equipment efficiencies within that framework. And C, allow space heating equipment efficiency to offset or substitute for building envelope thermal performance. That's in our RCW. I would urge your approval because it aligns with the legislative mandate to provide insulation options when using efficient space heating equipment.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Dwayne.
Yes, I'm in a motion to disapprove this one as well. It's another rollback and the continuous insulation, which we thought we had approved last code cycle, but messed up with the U value, should remain in place. It's going to be an important part of our getting to our ultimate goal. A couple more code cycles out from this one, and we have to get back to there anyway, probably to reach that. Yes, the requirement is that we allow trade-offs, and in fact, our system is set up to be flexible and allow trade-offs as it is. So, motion to disapprove.
Albert's gonna second that motion and point out that the assembly U value there are other options to provide trade-offs for flexible equipment choices, and windows and other penetrations are a great place to start with that. The basic envelope and its connection to the ground and its interaction with the environment needs to be a solid framework with a solid set of instructions that all the other options are built upon. Thanks.
Thanks, Albert. So we have a motion. We have a second to disapprove this. Go ahead, Eric.
Oh, thanks, Eric Lacey, Responsible Energy Codes Alliance. I agree with the previous two speakers. I just want to add two more quick things. One is that this is really an outlier. The credit section, both at the state level and at the national level, was designed to award credits for measures that go beyond an efficiency baseline and not to create new trade-offs that would allow code users to reduce efficiency below that baseline. So this is something that's really kind of an outlier. The second point I would mention is the language in this section has several advocates have been arguing that you should be able to double count for these measures at the national level and at the state level. Basically, you can reduce the envelope efficiency as long as you have already selected one of these measures for use to achieve your points. And so I think there are plenty more technical problems with this, but those are the kind of the first two things. So I hope you'll disapprove this. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Go ahead, Julie.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not in support of this motion. I think the easiest way to reduce energy is to keep our walls as high in R value as possible. And if we're trying to save owners money, the amount of money you'd save and the comfort you'd save over the lifetime of the building, I think is better achieved by focusing on the envelope first. Thanks.
Thanks, Julie. Go ahead, Anne.
Yeah, this may be a question to Dwayne and the others that spoke. The item in the RCW that says allow space heating equipment efficiency to offset thermal performance. So what in our current Washington State Energy Code, I get the trade-offs with all of the different envelopes, you know, increasing the stringency on your windows and decreasing the walls, that thing. But I'm wondering where this is met in our current code, the space heating equipment efficiency to offset the building.
Yeah, we have, like you mentioned, we have the UA trade-off for trading between various envelope factors. We have the energy modeling path and soon to have the ERI path as well that take the whole building into account and allow a lot of trading back and forth. And we have the credits system that has credits for different for both envelope and mechanical systems. So there's plenty of flexibility built into our system.
In the more so in the ERI path. Okay.
No, I mean, the 406 table has options for increasing heating efficiency, options for increasing envelope efficiency, options for many other things. And those
Right,
are,
but I don't find when we choose all these very efficient heat pumps, I'm not finding any drop-offs in the insulation requirements, other than going through the UA alternate path.
it's not drop-offs, it's in the options table is about increasing. You know, you need to get a certain number of credits and you need to choose a certain number of things. And some of those are heating things and some of those are envelope things and some of those are appliance efficiency and some of those are solar, and there's just a variety of
Right.
options there. And that's what I see as the trade-offs.
Okay, well, I see where this is going, but it is something the builders, they're not wanting to do the continuous installation because it creates other problems elsewhere. And then it just doesn't have the payback for our climate zones. But thank you.
Thanks, Ann. We have a motion to disapprove this proposal, and we had a second for it. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote. So the motion is to disapprove this proposal. I heard some multiple dissenting votes, so it's proposal 032. A yes vote is to disapprove it. A no vote is to do something else. Let's do roll call.
Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
Jason Garrett,
No.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Brian Russo,
Abstain.
Elizabeth Torsky,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Ann Anderson,
No.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Abstained.
Deepa Savarjan.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-4 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. And that is going to be the last proposal we consider today. Thank you so much for being here. We have one more meeting and we actually don't have a huge number of proposals, but we have complicated proposals. So If you have revisions to the remaining proposals, please send them in early, at least by Tuesday or Monday. The week before. We'll meet on the 11th again. Thank you so much. Have an awesome weekend. See y'all later. We are adjourned. Or Larry, go ahead. Larry, did you have something to say for the good of the order?
Yeah, can we get the stuff sent out early, what's left, if that's possible, so we can start reviewing?
Yep, I will send Krista the agenda today, and she'll probably send it out Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, thanks everybody. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.